Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome back to Tabletop Notch.
We do. We have sound.
Oh, right. We have sound.
Yay!
So I want to fake our intro twice.
Burn my throat.
Happy Halloween, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful, safe Halloween. Jordan, you were about to say something?
Yes, before we even get started tonight, Somber gifted 5 tier 1 subs, so thank you so much, Somber.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you very much. And
we also have added a new guest book, so at the start and the end of the show, anybody who's donated and wants to put a message in, please send it to us. That's what we started.
Yeah. Even if you were gifted a sub, feel free to send a little message and put it in. Plays at the beginning and the end. It was updated. We updated each month. It's been updated for November. Our resident Beezaura is dressed as
Beezaura herself. In typical fashion, I just dressed like myself.
There's a delightful boomerang on Instagram.
For legal reasons, this is not what Graven looks like because we don't own the Ghostbusters logo.
It's not really
but
there.
They didn't want to show it off.
I tried to cover it.
This is.
Do you not have the tool belt on?
I know. It's very clunky.
It's good though. It's good. Let me tell you. I should have taken a picture of you too.
Those who are astute
picture.
Ghostbusters fans will know that part of Graven's name comes from Ghostbusters 2.
That's true.
Wow.
Don't admit that. We might have to change it later.
I didn't say which part. Just a vowel.
We hope you all had a wonderful week. We'll be diving in tonight with episode chapter 56.
Wow.
We are going straight into combat. For those who were here, I'll put up the little thing. For those who might remember from last week, a little ambush in the night.
Such garbage.
That's where we'll be starting. Does anybody have anything else they want to address before we...
Did you spend all your time making a costume and not looking up the days?
Oh, no. There's some real interesting ones today.
Other than All Saints Day?
It's All Saints Day and it's World Vegan Day. Those are the two very good ones today.
Get to the bad ones.
there one
These are classics. November 1st, first of all, Rabbit, say the first of every month for good luck. And it is National Cook for Your Pets Day.
Oh.
They're all pets related.
These are not coming up. National Brush Day.
What?
What? Okay, no. That was the thing that
Your pet day.
I put my foot down. A brush doesn't need
National
a day.
Brush Day.
Where's the
brush your
action?
And
Like brush yourself? Brush a pet?
I think it's just honoring the good old brush.
But that's
And
not.
it is
Jonathan G. Brush.
I was born on this day.
such silky hair. And
Phineas Brush.
it is National Calzone Day.
Oh my! Is it really?
Well, that's
It
important.
is.
I'm
Get
actually-
yourself some
this
cheesy
is-
stuff in a pocket.
Easily
This is
save the best
easily
for
the one
last.
I'm most excited about.
Yeah.
Easily.
There's a couple other ones on here too, but I know Matt likes me to keep it.
Anthony and I are
So,
very excited about Brush Day.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot to brush.
I'm actually going to have a calzone tonight.
Oh, good.
There you
I've
go.
been having
Honored.
pizza after every episode.
And
Might as
deep
well.
fried
Just...
clam day too. Just want to have that in there.
Deep
Author's
fried
Day.
clams?
Author's Day.
Seven.
The author of our
Seven.
Author's Day, Grimari. There we
So-
go.
Oh, there you go. Honor
There you go.
Mari.
Cheers.
Pick and choose whatever day you choose to celebrate.
Celebrate them all.
Have some vinegar because it's also National Vinegar Day. I don't. I'm sorry.
I'm cutting you off. That's the last one you
National. How does vinegar nationally have a recognized?
There's a lot of vinegars out there. They all need to be
All the vinegar unions got
appreciated.
together.
I just don't
Any other thoughts before we roll the intro? Per usual.
Oh, brother.
Oh god.
All right.
No.
We're going to roll it and jump into combat. We will see you on the other side.
Oh boy.
Let's go. Indeed. He's got big
Oh,
boner
it's
for you
veggies on
guys
vegan
now.
day.
And I
yeah.
slapped that boner.
That actually works out.
Slapped it.
As we discuss
Oh.
the merits of
We're back.
Kuuzni's blessing upon the party.
Oh, we're back.
And those of us who continue to have their inspiration, and one of us who chose to turn the
my
other
choice.
cheek.
It is my choice.
We dive into the recap. In chapter 55, Appeased Among the Trees. The party waited at the shoreline while Graven used a dazzling array of healing magic to get everyone back on their feet, including the lone survivor of the caravan attack, a fisherman from Netter's Nook. The young Clemens and his friends had stumbled upon a den in the eastern mangroves that was home to an untouched adult myconid, and believing this to be their ticket to a life of luxury, they captured the creature and planned to sell it in Tuktu. But they were attacked on the final stretch by Sahuagins, who aimed to leave no survivors before we showed up at the last moment. The myconid was long gone, and Clemens was heavily indebted due to the equipment he'd borrowed for the trip. In a moment of compassion, despite our knowledge of the disreputable myconid trade within Antisuyu, Beezaura, Orba, and Safira chipped in a sum of gold to get the boy back on his feet, with the hope that it might allow him to return home, rather than spend his life looking over his shoulder. There wasn't much to scavenge from the overturned wagons, but Beezaura was able to rustle up a couple of healing potions, and a key to a box, which contained a drawing of a map of some kind. With nothing else to be gleaned from it at the moment, we steered our horses and began following the Acqly River up toward the grove. The first signs of intelligence were found repairing a damaged bridge. A trio of Acqly elves whose eerie disposition was offset by their wealth of knowledge about the forest. The settlements in the Grove are all mobile ones, due to what these elves described as the squall cycle, the seasonal movement of great elemental beasts known as tempests. Wherever the tempests go, they bring harsh weather with them, so it's best for travelers to avoid these areas when possible. We charted a course through the Isi region that deviated only slightly from our intended path, which had the added bonus of taking us closer to the Isi-Neil border, the only discernible landmark on the map that we'd taken from the overturned supply wagon. Thanking the elves, we set off once more, this time keeping an eye out for a functioning crossing, as it would be necessary to swap sides of the river if we wanted to avoid wandering too close to the tempests. After a full day of riding, it was time to make camp, a little earlier than usual with the hopes of maximizing our daylight the following day, a precious commodity in this increasingly dense forest. Before drifting off, however, we heard the humming and sounds of approaching footsteps. 6 travelers making a pilgrimage from Nolan's Woods down to the Acqly Basin. Kuuzni, not exactly feeling the love from Graven and his companions, demanded that his cleric speak to them, and their leader, Elder Lodswythe, was deeply thankful that their journey would be blessed by what he called the meddling gods, those that directly impose their will upon the world. He confessed that the trek was normally done with a small bit of sustenance each day at sunrise, but if Kuuzni would see fit to purge their remaining rations, they would complete their voyage as it was originally intended, without any food at all. Well accustomed to picking his battles carefully, Graven incinerated their stores of bread while the young followers looked on in horror. And though a divine blessing was extended to the entire party, not all of us desired such a favor. Orba made this known during a private moment alone while holding her spectrally gifted flower, losing her divine inspiration, but gaining peace of mind.
I'm better than you.
Wow.
Finally, we settled down to sleep. But Safira found her mind wandering during her watch, and by the time she'd snapped out of it, a number of sneaky veggie-pygmies had already started scooting away with some of our belongings.
I promised I was very carefully watching.
With an accusatory yelp and quick hands that were able to snatch Grimari's giant grimoire back from the creature's leafy hands, the party sprung awake, and as we prepared to recover our stolen items, we asked ourselves, which of our precious personal effects were at risk of being ruined as they were being dragged toward the river? Would Orba regret spurning Kuuzni's good graces in a later time of need?
No.
And was it possible that Safira was onto something, and that the veggie pygmies simply didn't know these items were theirs to take and just needed a gentle reminder? We find out now on chapter 56 of A Peek Beneath the
Oh,
Veil.
that'd be adorable. Oh, it's not? Oh, I'll leave it then.
I think you have the wrong camp, sir.
Of course. Runs away.
Shaking off an interrupted slumber sense of disorientation, the party scrambles to their feet. Even with some aided by dark vision, the immediate impression is that your belongings have been inexplicably scattered across the forest floor. But now with their cover blown, the veggie-pygmies rustle about in agitation, their ranks split between those that raise rudimentary weapons in self-defense and those that make a break for the river with their stolen loot. Having bundled up for the cool night, kicking yourselves free of your bedrolls is akin to putting on a pair of pants while on the move, one-footed hopping and frantic shaking as you reach for weapons and try to take stock of what's missing. I need everybody except for Orba, who is coming in and around for her sleepiness, to give me perception checks.
Why?
see
You're
it.
useless.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm useless too. Well,
11?
15.
15?
6.
5.
6-5. Beezaura and Graven quickly try to take stock of what of theirs is missing, and you are able to discern such.
Hopefully.
Me.
For Beezaura, you see one creature walking away with your flail, another one walking away with one of your healing potions, and a potion of poison resistance that it's also filched from your bag.
So much gold.
Graven,
so much
you
gold.
see a couple of guys moving away quickly, one with Lady Sangrelaw's egg, and one with what you think was your vial of basilisk venom. Mm-hmm. Erland, you know that Grimari's giant grimoire has been grabbed back by Safira. You also know that one of them has your quarterstaff. Other than that, you guys were not able to discern which things were missing.
Great. Great.
Does one of them have my quarterstaff, or is it still within reach of me?
Yes, we'll say actually one of this guy was a little close. We'll say that guy. You tried to grab it and he sort of jumped out.
Give us our stuff back, you creepy little things.
And did you say that all of them
sucked.
One of them has all this stuff, or
No,
multiple?
some of them have multiple items, but it's not like one has all its pieces.
I gotta get that guy.
Disgusted.
No, yes.
I was like, but I'm not up there with everyone else.
Put you way down here.
And with that, we jump into combat.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I believe Safira is first.
Yes, we got Safira, the Veggie Pygmies, Graven, Beezaura, Orba Sleepy, Erland. And
So you hear a little bit of the rustling and shaking of the leaves that some look like they're running away, some of them look like they're like raising up weapons to attack.
So, Safira's kind of looking at the little ones that are raising up weapons to attack, like, what
They're
do
like
you
a
think
foot
you're
and a half
gonna do?
tall.
Like, what do you... And she kind of... So, where am I actually?
You're right here.
I'm right here?
Yep.
Alright, this one is a little guy in front of me that has like a spear. Do I see the one that has Erland's quarterstaff?
Yes, this one, you saw Erland try and grab it and it jumped out of his reach. So yes, that is the one with Erland's scores. The one right in front of him.
And does the one that's right in front of me, can I see if it has anything?
That's the one that you took Grimari's Giant Grimoire
That's
from.
the one I
Yes.
took the Grimoire from. And then this one, does
You
this one
can't
I can't see,
tell,
I
yep.
can't tell. If I moved a little bit, would I be able to tell?
Yeah, maybe. Do you want to move closer?
Yeah, can I
Give me
move
one more
over,
perception
like...
check now.
Can I
You're
tell
closer
you?
to him.
Can I tell you?
oh my goodness.
3.
You cannot tell what he has. It does look like he has something. He's sort of holding something and scooting away with it, but you can't tell what it is. His back is to you.
Okay, then Safira's just kind of gonna... How about this one? And she's gonna try to, like, tackle the little guy, and...
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to take the thing from him. I don't know what he has, so
Okay.
I don't want to try to smash him, because what if it's a delicate thing?
Okay.
Like, I don't know what he's got. Like,
Give me
like
an
an
athletics
arrow.
check, which he will contest. It's basically a grapple.
She doesn't aim very well.
oh my god, I suck. 10.
10. You fail to do
I
so.
suck.
You sort of do a running sort of leap, and you try to grab it, and
Oh,
it
it's so fast.
scoots just out. Yeah, it's sort of they're pretty quick. in their
Probably
path.
really fast.
Okay, then can
You hear this
I-
kind of call that they do between them. Sort of, so you can hear it sort of ringing out between the trees.
I guess I'm gonna, like, then... Is it still right next to me?
Yeah, at the moment, yes. But that was an action to attempt to grab it.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to go anywhere else. I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna use a Can I, like, use some more of my movement?
Yeah, you used 5, 10, 15 feet of movement.
And I want to just try to get in front of this one.
Okay. 20,
And so I'm gonna
25, 30.
try to get in front of it and, like, block it from
Okay.
being able to move anywhere.
As you do that, are you moving out of... I should have given you the option. You can go there, or you can move another one, but it will provoke an attack of opportunity.
It's okay, I want to be right in front of it.
Okay.
I don't think these things could possibly do that much damage. but I can
Okay,
do
great.
it.
So as you run by, you see that it reaches to its belt, it has a little spear, and it tries to kind of stick you as you go by.
Okay, roll, buddy. Let's see how you do.
Wait, you said be right in front of it.
I want to be in front of it to
No
block
attack
its-
of opportunity or an attack of opportunity?
No, it's they can have an attack.
Oh, okay,
gotcha.
I accept
sorry.
this. I accept this
That
risk.
is an 11 to hit.
It misses.
Great. So tries to stick it, and you sort of dance around it. It isn't even really able to stick higher than like your waist, so it goes for your kind of knee, and you're able to dance out of the way.
How tall did you say they were?
They're like 1.5 to 2 feet tall.
These guys suck.
Well, that is
Get
all
down
I'm
on their
gonna
level.
do.
I could reason with him.
All right.
Hey.
Okay.
It's the pygmies.
All right. So with a flurry of activity, kind of calling out to each other, you hear this kind of ringing out throughout the woods. This one is going to book.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot. We're gonna lose some stuff, I think.
15, 20, 25, 30.
That's the jerk with my quarterstaff?
Yep. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Oh.
And he jumps into the river.
Oh my goodness.
This
And you can't swim very well, sir.
I couldn't even do anything.
No.
The bastard just ran on with it.
Oh no.
This one is also going to run.
What's he got?
You can't see.
Oh my god, no.
This one is going to try and run by Safira. I'll let you, because you said you were ready for it. You couldn't hold an action because you used an action.
Yeah.
You will get an attack of opportunity if you want to try and punch it as it goes by.
I do.
Give me an unarmed strike. Do you have that on your chart?
Yeah, I do.
I just want my flail.
I'll be in a very bad mood if that was my
This sucks.
We're gonna get you a really nice twig. It's gonna be really good.
I'm gonna spend the next trip.
Alright, 17 to hit.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
Yeah, that's right. It's just 2 bludgeoning. I don't have to roll.
2 bludgeoning damage. Great. So as you kind of go by, he's sort of holding something, and you give him a good smack. Give me another perception check to see if you can see what he's holding now that...
11.
11. So as you hit him, it seems like he's holding multiple objects that he has to kind of scramble to grab back up. It looks like he's holding the 2 bombs that were in your bag. The 2 like, hand-sized black bombs. And he sort of keeps them, and he looks up at you and then...
No, I don't want to light him up. I don't want to blow up this little pygmy in the whole
Make
forest.
that arrow tip on fire, baby.
that is a 14 to hit, but
not
sorry, he's going to try
worth
and
it.
stab you as you go by.
14 to hit, 14
yeah,
hits.
14 hits.
How much is this guy gonna hurt me for?
2 d20s.
You take 4 piercing damage.
Oh,
as he
really?
sticks you as you go sharp. I mean, the weapons are sharp,
fucker.
even though they're small, so...
4 is still like probably a d4.
Ow!
Maybe? He hopes.
Oh my god.
Okay, so Erland is taking 4 attacks here. And Beezaura is going to take 1. I'm going to say, because you haven't gotten your turn yet, you haven't gotten all your stuff, it's going to be without your shield. So just -2 AC until your turn goes. It's a 13 to hit. Yeah, it still doesn't hit. So Beezaura sort of, this creature you're a little bigger than it, but you're not used to being bigger than something, so you kind of like keep it at arm's length. And Erland is going to 4 attacks here on Erland. That is a 12 to hit.
Misses.
That is a 7 to hit.
Misses.
That is a 18 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Okay. And that is a 14 to hit?
That misses.
Okay, so just 1 hit. And you take 4 piercing damage as well, as they all kind of surround you and they kind of these little spears. Give me a perception check as well.
Yeah.
So a couple of them look like they're holding something while they try to stab out at you. 19. So, one of them looks like it is holding Orba's spyglass.
Whatever.
It has it in one hand and a spear in the other hand. So that one tried to stab you. And then one of them also has, one of those 4 is the one that has Orba's plant as well. Sort of holding it football style. What is that one?
So there are 2 that I don't know what they have?
Yes.
Can I see what the guy had that hit me?
Sure, yeah, give me a perception check, because that one came up too.
I mean, they're cheap as
Oh, you
tea.
already passed your perception at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that has your healing potion. Actually, it has both of your potions. It has the healing and potion of poison resistance.
Which one is my flail?
Which
The
one does
guy
he
in the
have? Sorry,
water?
that one has the potion of...
This one has both of her potions.
The guy in the water has my flail.
We still don't know who has my second spell book or your flail.
And my
those are
bow,
the
I
two-
think, is also missing, isn't it?
Your bow's missing?
The bow was not.
The bow
No,
was
yeah,
not?
sorry. I think I said that last time, but that was
Okay.
erroneous.
Yeah, it might be the one in the water. Could be.
There's a 50-50 chance.
And in addition, as the sound goes out,
No.
they are not taking a turn because they're responding
More
to the call,
little
but a
baddies?
couple little more guys pop out of these sort of leafy
All
debris.
vegetarians, right?
Yep, all
Are they
vegetarians. as far as I can tell.
adding to the stuff already stolen, or they could have the stuff?
No, they look like they're responding to the call. The creatures are kind of like calling out in danger, so they don't look like they have
They just
anything.
got here.
It's that guy in the water.
So, this guy is unaccounted for? No, you know what this guy
Bombs.
has.
That guy has the bombs.
This guy's unaccounted
That guy's
for.
unaccounted for. That is right now the only one who didn't just appear who's
There
unaccounted
are 2 near me that are unaccounted for as well, you said, yeah? Or,
Yes, but you got a good look at them, so you were able to see what they did and didn't have.
Oh, so they don't have anything?
Yes.
Oh,
So you know who has both the flail and the book.
And so this is the only guy who we're unsure of. Okay.
Well, I have the book.
I'm headed for the water.
What other book is missing? I have the book.
Her spellbook
Oh,
that
yours-
Jilly.
The 2 most
Oh,
important
fuck,
things
okay.
that we need.
Yeah.
No offense with your stupid book.
That is the bitch pygmy's turn.
Graven, load him up.
I know we already talked before the stream, but real quick, spells. Whatever I use of spells, I will get that back.
Yes, because your spell slots have not come back yet.
Right.
Yes, so yes, their spell slots will come back.
So if I empty the tank now, I'll fully get spells.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, but you don't have full spells right now, right? Yes.
No, I don't.
Yeah, then yes, you will still get those back. Here we go.
Good luck.
No, they're in the middle of it. Okay, I'm just gonna start with some. I'm just trying to see which one and nail one down and come down with a mace.
Okay, I will give you Erland if you wanted to relay. One of them had, what did I say?
Yeah, I'm letting Graven know that like spyglass and plant wherever I saw.
Spyglass. So one of the do you want to go for one of those or one of the other ones?
The ones that I saw had my egg and my...
Okay, you can go for one of those as well, yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out which one has
It's
which
the
here.
same ones that have, one of them has one of each. So one of them has spyglass and egg,
Yeah.
and the other one has, what did we say?
Plant.
And basilisk venom. Yep.
I'll go for that one.
Plant and basilisk venom?
Yeah.
Great, we'll say that's the closest one for ease.
Orba likes this thing.
Yeah.
Alright, heck. 15 to hit?
15 hits.
Like that.
Nice, here we go.
Ghostbusters!
Ghostbusters!
8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning damage. Great.
Yes.
I'm gonna give him a concentration
Money
saving throw, which he fails. So as you boom, thump him, it doesn't kill him, but it knocks him, and he drops both the plant and the basilisk venom.
Nice.
What was the basilisk venom in?
Oh, no.
Glass or not?
I no idea. This was a long
This is
time
kind of
ago.
cereal. Pretty soft.
Where did you get basilisk from that? Oh, was
Back
this
in the
I think
mines?
it was in the mines. With,
In a flask? Do we think it was a flask?
I collected it, so it might have been in a flask.
Okay, we'll say it was a flask. That's fine. So
Because we didn't find it like in a
no, yeah, well, it definitely wasn't in a container already. Yes, you extracted it.
flask. So it's not broken, is what you're saying?
No, it is not broken.
I'm gonna just kind of skirt around them,
Okay.
staying close. Yeah, I'll get an attack of opportunity from one of them, or no, if I stay there. I
If you
won't.
go
Okay.
there, that's
Yeah.
not an attack of opportunity.
Then great.
Great.
I'll be there.
Okay.
Easy.
All
I'm
right,
sorry,
Beezaura.
Graven and Beezy are tied, so
Oh.
whenever.
I'm done.
There you go.
All right, Beezaura.
You may go
So
now.
far. And I have little legs.
You
If
can
I-
move, dash, and action surge extra move if you want to.
Hey.
That's true. Beezaura's just booking
I
it.
don't have my flail. I don't have my shield, right?
You have your shield. You've
No,
now
I
picked
don't.
up your shield. Yeah.
If I move, that guy gets an opportunity to attack.
Yeah.
But whatever. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
Okay.
move and I'm gonna dash.
5, 10,
I don't know about the
15,
action
25.
surge.
5, 10,
Right,
15, 20, 25. That puts
It
you
is-
move and dash.
Are you about to go back to sleep?
Yeah, but I
She
don't
will
get
s-
it back.
If it's a short rest thing, she will not get it.
Got
back, because she's already short rested. That's a 19 to hit on the guy that.
Well, that's my
Wow. Bested by a vegetable. Jeez. Beezaura
she's
just-
running away, kind of nips at your heels a little bit. That's 3 piercing damage. As he
Nice. Oh, I need to get that guy in the water.
Right on the neck.
Nipple shield.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right.
That's Erland.
Erland.
So Orba.
Orba is now up. Yes, well, at the end of this round. Yes.
I was trying to count how far away I was from this guy, but I'm moving max distance towards my quarterstaff.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
So that's my max distance. I'm gonna use. Fuck! I'm not gonna get these back.
Worth it. It's your quarterstaff.
Yeah, it's my bonus action too. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna use Step of the Wind, so I can use a dash action as a bonus action.
So he's right there, just at the top of the water.
Okay, and
You don't
then
have to fully dive in. Yeah.
I'm jumping off that little ledge and I'm punching him right in the
All right. Give
face.
me an attack.
That is, oh my god, it's an unarmed attack. 19 to hit.
That hits. Roll the
Nice.
damage.
6 bludgeoning damage.
6 bludgeoning damage. Great. Boom. His head is like just getting below the surface, and you smack it, and there's this like wet, leafy rippling that goes out. He doesn't die, but
He doesn't drop
you
a
get
quarterstaff
back.
either?
Die.
He's in the
Immediately.
water, so even if he sort of let go for a second, it's like right there. So it doesn't look like you let go of it.
Okay, cool. Let me, just because I have a little bit of extra movement, let me get, I don't want to get in the water. I want to stay in melee range with him, but I just want to move one slot over there.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay, I'll do the opportunity attacks as well.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
4
right.
of those. Yes.
You go down.
That is an 18 to hit.
That, how much does this buffer up again? +2, no, that still hits.
Okay, 15 to hit.
That misses.
15 to hit again.
Misses.
And 19 to hit. Ooh, those are some spicy boys.
Yeah, holy shit. So
well.
2 of them.
2 of them hit. So that one's only 2 piercing damage and 4 piercing damage.
6 total?
Yep.
I mean, that's.
So as Erland kind of dodges through, little spears stick
We get our
out.
health back after we sleep again, though, yes?
You will, yes, but you didn't heal already, correct?
No, I did not
Okay,
heal
yes,
already,
but
no.
then yes, you will get your health back at the end of the long rest.
Bastards.
Okay.
God, top of the lineup with Safira.
All right.
Oh gosh. Okay. This new buddy doesn't have anything, does he?
No,
He's
he
just-
does
he's
not.
just
But yeah,
responsible.
the ones that respond to the call do not seem to have taken it.
And this buddy's the one with bombs.
The bombs, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna then this buddy I don't know who he has.
That had
What he has?
Saphira's 2 potions, although
No,
yeah,
my
these-
potions.
Her potion.
That's what I meant.
Easies.
Yes. Beezaura's
Oh yeah, I
2
ran away from him. Oops.
You thought the play was more important.
I do.
It's potions, and then
There's potions. There's the one that has the
basilisk venom.
yep, and the spyglass and Orba's
spyglass,
plant. Yeah.
Orbis plant.
And then this guy we don't.
If
know.
which one do we not know?
You do kind of know
We
by
have
process of
some
elimination.
idea that it's spellbook.
And
I think
Beezaura's
okay.
foil.
Then I'm gonna
Flail.
so I'm gonna turn around then and try to get as close as I can to this guy.
Okay.
You don't have your bow? Oh, you do have
You do have your bow.
I do have it.
10, 15, 20, 25.
That's great.
Okay.
And now I'm going to try to shoot this little
Great.
buddy.
I have to punch him in the face.
Go ahead.
No,
and make
I
those
don't. Yeah.
That one is not hurt.
That's cocked. I mean, it was a
Doesn't
good
matter.
roll, but it was cocked.
I would have taken a 17.
21 to hit.
21 hits. Roll over damage.
Okay, well.
Matters not.
I wonder if it's gonna hit.
does
This is
not.
D8, right?
Yep.
Alright. 7 damage.
7 damage. Great. Arrow goes flying out, and you can see it kind of. And it's like making like a call out. It's not dead, but it's you got the arrow in there.
I feel terrible. I feel so
going to
guilty.
get-
Okay, I guess that's all I'm doing.
Okay. The veg pigments. Well, we'll do the 2 in the water first. They both submerge
Go
and
back
go
in the
down into the
water.
water. Erland gets a punch of opportunity here.
That is a 21 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
That is 6 bludgeoning damage.
And that guy with one more you see it kind of float a little bit down the river. Your quarterstaff is floating on the surface of the
Okay,
water.
sick.
Right now, give me just a straight dexterity check to see if you can grab it.
Straight
right
dex?
now. Yep.
6?
That does not grab it, so it starts to float a little. It's still close, but it's floating down a little bit. The other one dives underneath the water.
Oh, you killed it.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Where does he go?
That was 12
He
damage when I was
goes.
playing alone at home.
Oh boy.
What?
I'm gonna have to go back in the
Bottom
water.
at part 2?
Oh my god.
The lower level.
No, he's underwater.
He is underwater, which we'll have to kind
Wow,
of make
look
some
at the,
room for
look at the
here.
sea plant.
Are veggie pygmies like sentient? Are they like intelligent creatures?
I
or?
mean, like more intelligent than like your basic animal, I suppose, but not like they don't have like full society.
I think if you ever had a combat where a bunch of these cute things were like dealing in myconids, Safira would just
We'll have
explode.
to. I'll back up.
Should be very conflicted.
Is there any like cute things in the myconid trade? Safira's fucked.
There are some little like rocky huts.
Shit.
Oh, my spellbook's probably filling up its way.
I am not the one to go down
No,
there,
I'll
guys.
go down. I have no
I
It's not a task for
am
me.
already on my way. Taking my shoes off.
She's
I honestly, actually, it should be BZ that goes downtown.
There we go.
I can't shoot my bow from down.
All right, we have underwater as well as above water. Okay, that was those 2. The ones closest to Graven are just going to swarm him and attack him there.
Just
Swarming.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Look at him.
30.
Is that
6 or 5?
you have some sort of spell that explodes everything around you, right?
Kind of, yeah.
30, that one can't quite reach you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 10, 15, 20, 25. That one's going to go over Orba. This one can dash still, so 5, 10.
I like to imagine that
One of those can't attack. Don't forget that. This one's going to go for Safira.
Was it death by
All right, we'll do the
paper
one.
cuts?
No, that one had to dash, and one had to dash to get to Graven. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attacks on Graven. That is 10 to hit.
Miss.
16 to hit.
Hit.
10 to hit again.
Miss.
5 to hit.
Miss.
And I have one more. Is that correct?
Yeah.
14 to hit.
Miss.
So just one
Just one,
hit.
sick.
That is 5 piercing damage. You're just like surrounded by these shrubs, and you're like.
5, you said?
Yeah, 5 piercing damage, and then 1 attack on Safira.
Ask me how bad I'm
That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
You take max roll
I
6
am
piercing
resistant to
damage.
Oh.
As a Goliath.
They really don't like
the
it.
initial attack.
I can use stones.
And that is everybody, I believe.
Go ahead.
Yep, that's everybody.
Graven and Beezaura. If either has a preference.
Go ahead.
Okay. Get away from me! I'm gonna draw what little light there is and kind of throw it out down at the ground around me.
What are you?
Channel Radiance of the Dawn.
Okay.
So, anything within 30 feet of me, which I think includes the one by Orba.
It does, yep. Everyone but the one next to Safira and the one in the water.
They'll have to make a Constitution
Alright,
saving.
we'll start with the one next to Orba. That is a 10.
Fail.
And then we will start with this, and we will go clockwise.
Okay.
15.
Save.
13.
If it matches, it saves, right?
Yes. 6.
Fail.
17.
Save.
Natural 20. 11.
Fail.
And the last one, 5.
Fail.
So,
Fail.
4 and 4.
So yeah, so this one failed, these two failed, and these two failed, I think is correct.
Okay.
So I'm rolling for that. And it's half damage on a save.
It's half damage on a save. So 2d10.
Oh! I can remember.
Plus my cleric.
Hopefully you just roll really high and I won't have to remember.
I know.
Yes, I mean, I
Just
have
fail,
things,
save,
but-
save, fail, save, save, fail.
Yeah, I remember the order. I just keeping track of who is already first.
Fine.
Yeah, 2d10 plus
You
cleric.
were like, no,
and
I got
half as
this.
much. My cleric level is 4. Yeah, okay.
Come on.
10. So 10 on the fails.
10 on the fail. So that instantly kills this
good.
one.
Thank you.
These two and these two.
Oh,
Nice.
look at that.
And then the other 3 take 5. That also killed this one, which was already hurt.
Whoa.
And yeah, whatever one
My goodness.
probably the one I hit is already gone.
And I think that was what I meant because no, Erland hit one on his way out. You punched one before you ran away, right?
I punched one as it was running away.
That was
That
the
was
one that's
over
up
there.
there.
No, I did not, because I punched
That
I
one
hit you on that
This one
guy.
was the one you
that I
okay,
hit.
Great.
Okay.
So there's 2 left.
Wow.
Maybe that works so well before.
Okay, great. Sort of flash of light, and as the light kind of fades a little bit, you just see a bunch of like.
It makes it have a cute dying noise. That's even worse.
Like look up at Orba like start trying to.
So they've dropped everything except of the things that they had. This one still has Beezaura's 2 potions. Otherwise, all that shit.
Of course, all mine stuff is.
Well, that one I haven't got it yet. That one.
BZ.
All right, Beezaura.
Alright. Where's she at? Okay. I'm gonna. Can I get into the water?
Yo, you can. 5, 10, 15, 20.
You can.
So you're gonna come out, you're basically just under the water here, and it looks like this guy was swimming for this opening in the little shelter
What other
here.
loot they have in there?
So you still have another 10 feet of movement.
I wonder what other booty.
Can I'll keep going. Am I next to him yet?
I'll say you can get there.
Yes.
Swim up to it.
Search the boot.
I'm gonna
Punch it.
Punch.
Go ahead.
Punch him. So unarmed strike.
Come on.
It's still the. It's, right? Yeah.
It still says,
Still the
it says
D20,
plus
yep.
5. I think, yeah.
220 plus 1.
I haven't had my time. You always says my
I think
flail.
unarmed strike is +5.
13.
13, I believe it hits. Yep.
Okay, and it's just 4 bludgeoning.
4 bludgeoning. All right, not dead yet, but you stunned him a little bit. And he's kind of floating in the water, and he's trying to like gain his composure and try and swim back into the little overhang there. So he's hurt, but
You're thinking about it, baby.
I'll use my actions, sure.
okay. Go ahead.
Finish him.
Arc. I rolled.
Was it a 1?
It was a 1. Yeah.
Went through the motions there.
21.
That hits. Roll for damage. Or no, it's just
4.
a flat 4 damage. And this time it floats and it starts to float down the stream. Your flail sort of.
Can I try to grab it?
Give me a dexterity check. Yeah.
Just a check, right?
Yep. Straight dexterity.
8.
8 does not cut it. As you punch, it floats away and you try to go for a little bit.
But it's still close by, right?
Yeah, it's close by. So.
What about my spell book?
Oh, yeah.
And the spellbook and your flail are floating in the water there.
Okay.
Waterlogged.
It's a magical spellbook. It's probably waterlogged. Assuming it doesn't stay underwater for too long, you can probably dry it out over time. You couldn't use it right now; it's sopping wet, but you can dry it out over time.
I'm gonna get it.
In addition, as you're sort of down there, you hit the creature, and it sort of floats away a little bit, and you look, and inside here you see a pair of kind of eyes glowing a little bit. You're not sure what it is yet, but you see something in the sort of structure there in the river.
Wonderful.
Super Mario 64 eel.
Seriously.
Alrighty.
Alright, it's me.
Okay.
Orba wakes up and is anything else missing?
Of yours, I believe they've already been dropped. The spyglass already fell to the ground. The plant has fallen to the ground, and you don't know this, but the spellbook is in the water. As far as you can tell, that's what was missing.
Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead
You missed a lot.
sorry! And I'll go ahead and cast Chill Touch at good question. So those two guys, one's holding valuable things. The guy that's not holding the breakables, the potions. I'll cast it at him.
Sure.
That's a 25 to hit.
25 hits.
Okay. Oh, come the fuck on. 2 damage, but their movement speed is reduced by 10.
Okay. Okay. Any movement?
No, I guess I'll try to get... Nope. I got nothing.
Okay.
I woke up late. I have no information.
All right, Erland.
All right, let me try and grab my quarterstaff. Where
Give
is
me a
it?
dexterity check with advantage now that you have a second here to grab it.
Decidedly not worth it.
21.
Great. So you plunge your hand in. It's a little wet, but you shake it off a little bit.
And then... Am I within 5, 10, 15, 20? I'm within 40 of this guy, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm gonna... Do I see this guy's body kind of float to the top over here?
It's floating like down the river.
Okay, great. So Beezy's got that one. I'm gonna run over to this guy. Two-handed quarterstaff attack right to his back.
Great. Now that everyone's sort of congealed on that one, I'm gonna move this.
Smart.
Half of the forest just disappeared. Everyone look out.
They took the whole forest.
If you choose to run that way, I will allow you to do so.
Thanos snapped.
That's 9 to hit.
That misses.
Yeah.
All right.
And can I go right here just so we can't run into the water?
Sure. I mean, it's still stuck around you.
Yeah.
Singing to.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Did you get it?
I missed him now.
Safira.
Okay,
I need more chocolate.
No. It's still.
I'm gonna.
Just a bag of chocolate.
I know I'm gonna incur an attack of opportunity,
Whole bag.
but I will take a step back from this little buddy so that I can take a little shot at
Sure.
him.
You're gonna take an attack of opportunity. 13 to hit.
13 misses.
Okay.
Like an old lady at a theater.
Dirty 20 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage. And
Get
he's
it.
hurt.
Kill everything.
I feel like I'm gonna obliterate this poor little guy.
You might.
I-
You might.
That's the Safira way.
about it. Okay, 6, but now I have to roll Hunter's Mark. I mean, not Hunter's Mark, Colossus Slayer. 12.
12 fires the arrow, and it kind of turns just as you're firing and sticks to the tree right next to it there.
So it drops the little bombs that it has.
Yes.
Can I try to, like,
Can I try and catch them?
grab them?
Sure, make it. Erland can, because he's next to it. Make a dexterity check. They're also not lit. I mean, they're not going to
No,
explode if they hit the
obviously,
ground.
15.
Yeah, you grab them. You,
They will not work, though, if they roll into the water.
They're mine now.
so Erland's got the bomb.
So I have 2 bombs.
What a bitch. You see him?
They're mine now.
They're in my inventory now.
Yeah.
Put some in his bag.
He just loves.
Safira
he
looks
loves
up
that.
and
You didn't
Loves
get your
that.
staff? Where is it?
I got my
What's
staff.
his staff?
Oh.
No, he hasn't.
And now
No,
2 bombs.
he's doing fine.
I'm glad he didn't try to save my
Pygmies.
flail.
All right.
I did.
In addition to those, I'm going to.
Let it be known. I tried to save
That
him.
might actually make me encumbered.
Yeah, you idiot. I was like, I don't think you have room in your backpack for that.
Give me for a 10 the veggie pygmy chiefs.
Oh, great, guys. I'm
Are the ones with
underwater
the blue
with
face.
chiefs. I'm underwater with the
Come
cheese.
on.
Thank you.
As you see two slightly larger ones kind of poke their head out and they kind of have these like seaweed sort of crowns that are swaying back and forth in the water.
Hi, Chief.
Bizarre way of time.
Spoils.
I blow bubbles his way.
What's up?
Right.
Okay, so the two that are next to Graven are going to attack Graven. That is a 16 to hit
It's
and a 19 to hit.
also it.
3 piercing damage and 5 piercing damage.
Wow.
As there's a couple.
Ow.
And after that, they are going to take a moment to run.
Oh.
Fucking die. That's what they're gonna do.
You may take an attack of opportunity on one of them.
Do the one of them has the 2 potions.
Yes, that one.
The other one does not.
Mhm.
I'll go for the one that does not.
Okay, that was the one on
I don't
the
wanna
edge.
break-
He doesn't want to break the potion.
I'm gonna hit him with something not physical. All right. Beep 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 beep. 14 to hit.
14 hits. Yes. Damage.
4 bludgeoning.
4. So as it goes to run, Graven boom comes down on this creature and it kind of just face plants into the leaves and it like slides for a little bit.
Oh god. Blood on my mace.
Sad. Everyone is
Matt's going out of his way to make things sadder for
They're
you.
so sad.
it.
Who cares?
So sad.
All right, who's next?
I think it's me.
Killing a bunch of bunnies that are stealing our leaf
Slinging a little bit of blood off with his mace. I'm gonna turn and point a finger at the other one that ran away and try to toll the dead off.
Okay.
So that's a
Yeah.
Constitution.
Constitution
Think of them as squirrels.
7.
Oh, it's a wisdom, but
Oh, we'll take the roll.
Okay,
So, but instead,
7
it's
is a
it's
fail.
still 7.
Questionable.
Squirrels are cute.
so he is hurt, so he gets a D12. The little shit. He's gonna take
You don't have to insult him too.
8 necrotic
Read the
damage.
description of Toll the Dead so I know what it's
Necrotic
physically
damage.
manifesting.
Yeah, so that he can
describe
torture
this
us.
death.
It's more about.
Sound of a dolorous bell fills the air around it for a moment. The target must succeed.
Okay, I was looking to see if it said like vibrations or something. We'll say that it's fairly safe for the valuables. It dong, and it's holding the things and it kind of
Grab them.
falls to the ground. As far as you can tell, they didn't break. He's pretty close to the ground. He's only a foot and a half off the ground.
I guess run. Actually, I'll go run to see where Beezaura jumped in the water.
Okay.
You want me to get my potions?
We got all the guys on right now.
I'll say as you're running toward the river, give me a perception check. You might be able to see.
Okay. 16.
16. You see both the potions, and it looked like they landed in some leaves. That does not look broken, either of them.
Okay. I can't scoop them up on the way by. Probably.
No, not unless you sort of take a moment. Okay.
It's
Alright.
busy.
Can I try to grab it again?
Your flail?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say give me with advantage, dexterity with advantage.
This is 19.
19, great. So you reach out and grab it.
I don't even need my advantage.
I roll once and I have it.
So just so you know, you're kind of floating in the middle here. If you go all the way down to the bottom, it gets very, very dark. I mean, it's already pretty dark out. There's a little bit of moonlight. Your attacks would be made with disadvantage if you're down at the bottom there where it's dark.
If I try to get out of the water right now, they won't have an opportunity to attack, right?
No, he's not next to you.
I'm gonna try to get out of the water.
Goes back up to the surface. Right at the edge there.
Was that all my movement?
No, we'll say that was
Okay, I'm gonna
10
get
feet
out.
of movement. Great.
Okay.
15, 20 to get to you.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay there.
All right.
I was typing in chat. Did you get my spell book?
You did not. And who's next?
It's me.
Orba's next.
I'm so sorry.
Did you get your flail?
Yeah, she got the flail.
You bitch.
She's like, there was a smelly book down there.
I can go back in.
Can Orba tell that she's missing a spell book?
I mean, do you take a second to go through your things?
Oh my god.
Is that
I'm
an
such
action?
An idiot.
Yes.
No, I guess I see everybody just running
Yeah, you
towards
saw
the
everyone running to the
sea.
river.
Yeah, this is the river.
I'll go back in.
15, 20, 25, 30, dashing.
Sure, yeah, I'll dash.
Beezaura just gets to the shore.
There's more?
Stupid.
I don't know. It's water.
There's two larger ones down there. And Orba, I'm really sorry, but I forgot your book.
What book? Which book?
Your spell book.
That's it. That's all you can say. Okay.
I was just
Beezaura's like sopping. Like,
When the soul dies.
All right, the chiefs are gonna up to the surface here.
It's okay.
So,
It's a little soggy.
So I'm just gonna
there's
go right
another
back
guy
in.
back there. Didn't even see
And as soon as they sort of breach the surface, you hear them with a sort of louder, deeper call. They're calling out, and you see a little bubbling beneath the water, which you can't see at the moment.
What are they calling for?
Another thing kind of swims out.
What are those?
And these are called.
Come on.
The generals.
They're called thornies.
Thornies.
That is a 13 for the thornies. If you want to add them to the.
my roll.
I have to say, all of these have adorable names.
Sucks.
Like, we've got the Pygmies and then the Vegapygmy Chiefs, which is somehow cuter. And then you've got the Thornies, which is also weirdly
Safira's gonna open a zoo.
Okay, so those two swam up to the top. We'll say that takes a movement.
13.
They have a ranged attack. Yeah. So
zoo, an empty
the
zoo.
chiefs swim up to the top, and they have these little spears as well, and they start to throw them. 2 attacks.
Yeah, adorable.
Um,
Come on.
2 of them are going to be in Erland, 2 are going to be on Beezaura there as the 2 closest
Very
ones.
fiddle.
2 attacks for each of you. Beezaura, that's a 19 to hit and a 6 to hit.
1 hit.
1 hits. And Erland, that is a natural 20 and a 13 to hit.
13 misses.
Okay, so 1.
Natural 20
Beezaura
misses.
talking about
first. Let me just make sure I have the right one.
21. Yes.
Miss. I am a boss.
Beezaura, you take 7 piercing damage as it throws the spear.
Ow.
Very nice.
And then
Go back
Erland, you take 12
It's a
piercing
crow.
damage. As with a
Hold on. Let me use my deflect missile here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
It takes down by 10.
Okay, so
a
2
lot.
piercing
Bad
damage.
roll though.
But that's a lot.
So how many in
Why
total?
is-
2
why
because
is-
of 12. So
what's
2.
I think he wanted to like throw it back.
Yeah, if you would reduce it to 0,
Yeah,
you can throw it back.
No, actually, I don't even have a free hand, so
Oh, that's
I
true.
wouldn't be able to. 2 damage.
Did you make your... Oh, no, you have the bombs or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the Chiefs.
Erland.
Oh, that bastard. Okay, I'm encumbered with these 2 bombs, so I'm gonna put them down.
Okay. Set them down easily. We'll say that takes 5 feet of movement.
I took them and I was like, oh!
So heavy.
And I'm gonna put them down.
So we were watching it.
It's like holding an apple. I can't focus.
Ew.
Too much. So I'm gonna put the 2 bombs down.
We'll say that takes 5 feet of movement just to place them.
Okay, can I get this guy while staying on
Yeah,
land?
he's right by the shore, yeah.
Cool, so I'm gonna come at him, 2-handed quarterstaff attack.
Give me an attack roll.
15 to hit?
15 hits. Roll for
Sick.
damage.
Oh, does that mean there's no pygmy anymore?
Dog.
Yes, I guess.
Yes, there are no more of the regular veg pygmies.
5 bludgeoning
5
damage.
bludgeoning damage, okay. Anything else?
I'm not gonna get these fucking key points back. So I'm just gonna use my unarmed strike, my extra unarmed
Okay.
strike. So I'm just gonna follow it up with like a shoulder.
Great.
17 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
5 bludgeoning.
Okay, great. A couple
in,
smacks.
come back.
You see it just come out of the water, through a couple spears, and then it kind of floats back in the water a little bit.
Great. That is my turn.
Okay.
Top of the lineup is
Safira.
Safira.
Okay, so I'm seeing these, these little chief buddies here.
You see them at the top of the water.
And I'm gonna go ahead and take a second to cast Hunter's Mark
Okay.
on this one that is close. That's Erland,
Closest to
right?
Erland, yeah.
I forgot what your little buddy looked like.
It's the guy with the quarterstaff.
And then I'm going to try to take a shot at that.
Great. Take a shot.
Yeah.
Take a shot.
Oh, that is a natural 20.
Fucking messing
You
up.
double all of the dice,
Oh.
which includes Colossus Slayer and Hunter's Mark.
Should we just say it's dead? It was like it's dead.
I'm ready.
I now feel like Hunter's Mark was a waste of.
I'm ready.
Okay.
go ahead and do them one at a time.
Okay, so now the first is a D8, so not a very
6
good roll.
plus.
6
What's your modifier?
plus-
What's your modifier?
Well, that
You have to double the dice.
Don't double
first.
them.
double the dice. So
Double the dice.
that's 9,
Including the modifier.
including the modifier.
Great. So
9.
And now this
do-
is Colossus.
So double that.
So
8.
it's 8.
And then double
And then
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark, which is
21 total damage.
21.
Can I just say, the order in which you're choosing to add those numbers up is monstrous.
What?
You just had to go
Loses
I
a
did it
shot
right though, right?
that hits its mark instantaneously, and it gets pushed back in the water, and it's still alive somehow, but sort of reels forward and it has the arrow stuck in it and it starts to try and like pull itself out. It's very, it's obviously very much on its last breath, but it's still up.
Okay, that's. I don't think I'm gonna do anything as far as movement.
Okay.
The thorny guy.
Thorny, great. So, you see a little more bubbling. And rising to the surface are these, they almost look like oversized toads with like thorns all along their back and they kind of float up to the surface. They're fairly big. It looks like they, a couple of them have like very rudimentary, like pieces of leather on their back that looks like the pygmies ride them, like they're mounts.
That's awesome.
Saddles.
Yeah, they have like really
They
big
have like a whole society down
great.
there.
None of them are right in front of me.
They do. They have a society. Those are their horses. Their horses are coming up to attack us.
And they
Welcome to Safira's Zoo.
splash out onto the land there.
I'm so sad about this. This whole thing makes me so sad.
You get more sad, hopefully, when this bastard kills me.
If they had actually taken your bow.
What do you?
Erland, that is a
so much
17 to
damage.
hit.
This is from the Thorny?
Yep.
I don't know what kind of damage it does. I'm gonna bull bark.
Blocks the
Let
bite
me
as
do
it
my
comes in.
Constitution save.
Oh my god.
Wait, does it go up 2 with a nat 1 or anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, great.
Lucky.
You bungled that one.
Well, it goes up 2 anyway.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
But not
like
an additional.
Not an extra.
Yes. And Orba, that is a 12 to hit.
Shield.
Great. So the 2 bites try to come in, but with your sort of defensive capabilities, you block them. And that is the Thorns.
Okay, I'm going first.
Okay.
If I jump in the water, does he get an opportunity to attack on me?
Yes, if you jump. The Thorny will get an opportunity attack, yes.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
If I attack him, then jump in and he gets an opportunity to attack, and then I show up in the water and get the book, I can do all that. That can happen?
Attempting to grab the book will be an action.
You have any extra action stuff?
Nope.
Jeez, or
just
No,
it's
use
action
her
surge.
action surge.
I
It's okay.
will jump in and get the opportunity to attack.
Armor class is 1,000,000.
That's true.
That is a natural 20.
Oh my
on the
god.
You had to say it,
opportunity
didn't you?
attack.
You had to say it.
Listen.
my fault.
That is
You take
that was on
16
you.
piercing damage.
Why
As you run by it, grabs onto the back of your leg with your teeth, and you still jump in the water, but its teeth are in your leg, and it pulls on your leg, so like a good bloody sort of graze goes
That
on
was
your
the
leg.
toady?
That was the thorny.
Thorny.
That was doubled. Yeah, that was a double
Yeah.
attack, yeah. And you may attempt to grab the book, which you see floating in the water.
I will get.
Give me a dexterity check.
So it's
with
like-
advantage because you know where it is, and no one's holding it.
I'm gonna give you a foot massage later.
Yes.
17.
17, great. You grab it and you sort of hold it up while you're sort of paddling, making sure it's dripping, it looks wet. Again, magical books are more resistant than your average book. You will need to dry it out, assuming it doesn't continue to be damaged.
So I'm still in the water though?
You are in
I
the
can't
water.
get out.
We'll say you can kind of get to
The ledge.
the riverbank, yeah.
Okay.
So you're sort of half and half, but
Cool.
yeah, you're not like floating in the water.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, Graven.
I am
Give you a shoulder massage.
bleeding. That is for sure.
Graven is kind of hopping over some stuff, making his way around here. As he comes up to this guy, kind of whispering some words and concentrating on a point somewhere over here, I'm going to conjure a ball, a flaming sphere, as it were.
BB. I love
And-
the spell.
I'm gonna, conjure this flaming sphere kind of right here, but I'm actually gonna, fling it
Sick.
as my bonus action and slam it into this guy right here.
Okay. And so does it hit both of them as it goes through? Read the wording for
No, it's just, 5-foot sphere diameter of fire appears unoccupied space within 60 feet of me.
it. Okay.
Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere must make a dex save. Creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed, half as much on a successful. As a bonus action, I can move it up to 30 feet, and if I ram it into a creature, that creature must make the saving throw against the damage.
And it stops moving this turn.
And
Great.
it stops moving this turn. So,
Great. So
what it's only going to hurt the one that I hit. It's going to go
you
straight
see
over.
This ball of flame appear, and then, and almost like the moon moving across, like the ocean. You see like the reflection move across, and it smashes into him.
Well, I want it to kind of stop right there.
Okay.
So that, God forbid, these two don't move. It'll probably still.
So
burn
he
these
makes
guys.
a
he makes a
dexterity
dex
saving
save.
throw.
Is that going to put me in range for a dex as well?
If
you
you
stay
end
there.
your turn there, yeah.
Is that something?
You would know to move away from the flame. It's next to
Would you know?
Oh, look
He's
at
like,
that.
Is that what
Graven, what's
Nice
this
to
do?
meet you.
He picks the bomb. He picks the bombs up
that's
again.
a
Just
8.
stands there
Yeah,
with the
it counts.
bombs.
Okay.
Like,
So it takes 2d6 fire.
And a creature that's fully submerged in water is resistant to fire. However, it is not fully submerged.
Okay, 9 fire damage.
9 fire damage. As the rams into it, and some of its little leafy, seaweedy bits have like caught on fire. And it...
So that was just all on my stroll over to this guy, and I'm gonna get up to him and kind of beat my chest and mace against my shield and like, to me, and like try to get its attention.
Oh, yeah, what was that?
Yeah, Orba's
Oh
right.
yeah.
I was actually really struggling because look at the position Safira's in.
Okay.
She's in between two squishes.
Am I right up against him?
Yeah.
Between
Okay,
two
good.
squishies with her bow.
That's mine.
All right.
I think it's me, right? Because
Orba.
Beezy went. All right, Orba is going to cast Thunder Wave at a level 2.
Okay.
So she's gonna see this big spiny toady guy and just slam
What
her
is the sort
palms.
of radius or whatever it is?
It's a 15-foot cube, so let's just have it so that it's
Yeah, that won't
hitting
hit
Graven.
Beezaura. Yeah, or yeah.
Okay, so make a Constitution saving
Constitution
throw.
saving throw.
Fuck is my saving?
11.
Fails. So you, sir, take 3d8 thunder damage.
Great.
Wow.
Well, that's not gonna do it. 14 damage.
14. Great.
And he's also pushed back 10 feet.
So there's a thunder
There we go.
crack, and you see the leaves and things kind of jump up as the thunder goes through. How far does it get pushed?
10.
10. You do not get an attack of opportunity. It's a force
Yeah,
movement. But yeah.
He's like running up to her like, ah! All of a sudden,
And it
it's
just movement.
I might take 5 feet back and just huddle at that tree
Sure.
there. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
All right. And then it's the chiefs.
Okay. Well, the one chief that's
the one
left.
chief. Yeah. Sorry.
better be scared, bitch.
Great.
just swim up to me and end my life.
I flew that flaming
your
spear
HP
over
like
his head
75?
as a warning
He
shot.
is going
it's
to.
45.
16.
He has thrown his spears that he had. You see it start to shake, and you see this kind of cloud of
That's not good.
spores start to emanate from it.
Spores.
I need you to make a, like poisonous, like a poisonous cloud.
This guy here.
Yep,
yeah.
that guy right there.
You.
I need Beezaura to make a Constitution saving throw.
That I can do.
However, you make it with advantage because I think halflings have resistance to have advantage against poison.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. That's what we're fine.
Come on. You're gonna drop my spell book.
12.
12 just makes it. You are not poisoned, but you do take half damage. Take 4 poison damage.
I was about to tell you 19 is my entire HP pool. So.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But yeah, you were not poisoned from the spores.
That was 4, you said, right?
Yep.
We're about to get all our HP.
And then you see
make
it
it
start to swim towards this creature over here. And it looks like he's sort of taking his hands out to try and maybe nurse the wounds of the creature. But
That's
you
nice.
can't do that on this turn.
Okay.
What a good little cheat.
Erland.
Erland.
See, they have a whole
All
society
right.
down
No, we're not. No mercy.
Are you telling him not to kill things?
No, I just they have a
Two
society.
two-handed quarterstaff attack, swiping at its legs.
So are humans, and we suck.
I know.
9 to
That
hit.
does not hit.
Guys, I went down like last episode.
What's wrong? What?
I'm gonna use flurry. Yeah, I'm right next. I'm gonna use flurry of blows here.
Okay.
Loves it.
Knock
Love
it
it.
right into Beezaura.
Yeah, okay, please.
Oh,
that
That was
weird.
all over the
So
place. Dirty
scary.
20 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
Weird roll.
That's 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
It's a drunk die.
Oh, how ballsy do I feel like being here?
Knock it prone if you can.
If he's prone, is that disadvantage on attacks against me?
Yes. Melee attacks have disadvantage, yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, dex saving throw.
Okay.
It's harder.
6. Fails. That's excellent. So he falls prone.
That's good. That's
And
good.
can he
that's
not
good.
get an opportunity attack?
He still can. That's what I was deciding between.
It's with disadvantage.
So now I get advantage on this next attack.
Yes. That doesn't sound good.
13 to
That
hit.
does not hit.
Okay. We are going. Well, I got disadvantage here. I'm going to move 40 feet straight this way.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. It's over
Great.
there. Attack of opportunity with disadvantage. Natural 1 and a 17. That's without the modifier. That's actually a 20. Wow.
Everything's fine. My turn is over.
So as it sort of kind of runs and it tries to snap at you as you go by, but you sneak through.
Erland
Safira,
watches his like
clean the
laugh
shit up.
towards life.
All right, Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna now take a second to cast Hunter's Mark on this guy who's already down.
Okay.
Do I get advantage if I shoot at him?
So you do not.
throw?
You have disadvantage on ranged attacks to attack a prone target.
Oh, then why did I cast Hunter's Mark on him? This is stupid.
Well, doesn't that balance it out then?
It doesn't give advantage.
No, it doesn't
on
give
Hunter's
advantage.
Mark,
Oh,
just
sorry.
It
damage.
does additional damage.
So you just have to
Okay, well
actually
then I
decide.
guess I'm gonna take my shot with this advantage.
Go ahead.
Walk up to him and just get over top of him.
Right in between the ears.
Okay. That's 18. I mean, that's a 17 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage. Nice. It is hurt and it has Hunter's Mark.
Oh, you think it's hurt now? Okay.
What was that?
It's 7 plus. Okay, so
11.
11. I don't like you at
And
all.
Hunter's Mark.
And Hunter's Mark, which is nothing. It's 6, so that's 17 total damage.
Great. 17 damage.
Nice. This is out of control.
Great. And just as it's trying to pick itself
Not
back
used
up,
to rolling
it
well.
gets
It's
knocked
been so
back
long,
down with another
honestly,
sort of
but-
forceful arrow coming through.
I don't remember what it feels like to be useful. That's it.
He's gone.
That's true.
Is that it?
That's it.
Great.
Thornaborns.
All right, so this first one is going to get up, use half its
Oh,
movement to
he's
get
not
up.
dead yet.
No. And it is going to move towards Beezaura here.
I was trying though. I was
Just
trying
a
for
random
you.
Fireball, yeah.
I can do that now every turn as a bonus action.
Maybe I'm screwed up.
That
Most
is
of the time.
18 to hit.
No!
Doesn't
Yeah.
crashes against your shield there. And then the other one,
It's not close enough to the sphere still, is it? It
no,
walked away.
it's
Okay.
more than. Then this one's gonna run up to Graven.
I'll warding flight.
Okay. That was a 15 to hit, and now a 7 to hit. The
It
seven's
gets
below.
two
It's disadvantage.
multi-attack?
No. Those were the two rolls. It's
Oh, okay,
disadvantage.
so
right?
yeah,
so
it
7
misses.
to hit. Great. So flash of light goes out.
Sweet.
That is the Thornies.
All right, Graven and Beezaura.
I'm gonna,
The way
as
that
my,
Leah
do you mind,
just-
or?
Go ahead.
Okay, as my bonus action, I'll lift that sphere up and like slam it down on the one next to Beezaura there on his backside. So that's a dex
Put
save.
it right on his tushy.
8.
Fail.
Not tush.
Yeah, no, very spicy hot.
11 fire damage.
Yeah.
As it rams into the back of it, you can see it. You can see like the water on the back, like boiling as the fire moves towards it. And there's all this steam coming out, and it runs over him.
Why don't I use this spell all the
I
time?
know,
It's
that's
so for a
cool.
minute too. Like
So
It's
fun.
really good.
And it's a bonus action to move it?
After the first time you cast it, it's a bonus
Yeah.
action. Yeah.
a minute is how
It
many
is
rounds?
concentration, I believe.
It is concentration.
Yes. So if you take damage, it can go away.
All right.
Do that
Oh damn it! That one moved. All right.
There's one right in front of you.
I know, but if I wanted to hit him with an AOE, but no, I can't. They're not 15 feet from each other, huh?
No. 5, 10, 20 feet.
All right. I'm gonna try to like just grasp at him and collect some necrotic energy in my hands and try to inflict wounds on
Okay.
him.
Is that an attack roll or
That is
save?
an attack roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that flickers in a while.
Oh,
No.
I take it back. I don't have that prepared.
Oh,
Never mind.
Graven goes, ha!
Just
Never mind.
Instead, I will bring a little light out and try to get it with a guiding bolt between the eyes. So that
Is this a ranged spell attack?
This
It will be with disadvantage. a
Wow,
ranged spell
this
attack.
is just the roller coaster
Yeah,
of
we're going-
emotions
we're-
right now. Getting so excited every time.
I'm gonna step back and try to.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that for now. You can move further. This is a type of opportunity.
No, I'm just gonna walk away. Just gonna.
Anything before I finish this?
I think I've already used a reaction, so I don't think I can.
It's your turn now, right?
Yeah.
You used that
So-
between the last one, so you
Yeah.
have it back now if you
All
want.
right, I'll use another warding.
You just another warning flare? Okay, that was 12 to hit.
Yeah, I missed.
Great. Another flash of light as you retreat a little bit.
And yeah, like shoot it with a little guiding bolt there,
Okay.
which is a ranged spell attack. Sorry, I'm using all these things that I like rarely. 8 to hit.
8 misses.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Beam of light goes flying out. It sort of reflects over the water and arcs onto the other side of the river.
I think nothing happens. Yeah, nothing happens.
Okay.
All right, I'm getting out of the water.
Do you want to
Sorry.
move further, Graven?
No, and in
Okay.
fact, I'll kind of move in between Orba and the
Okay.
thing.
Back into melee range
Yeah.
from the creature? Okay. Great. Okay. Beezaura.
All right, I'm gonna get out of the water.
Damn.
It's
You're
music.
within walking range of both of them.
Madness.
I
One's
am.
right on the shoreline, yeah, the other one's in the woods area.
Okay. And where's Orba? I can't see. Oh, she's
I'm
behind
behind
that
a
tree.
tree.
Yep. I was like, hello.
And do I have like my bag on me or anything? Right.
Your like regular pack. In what way? What do you?
I just want to put the book away.
Oh, I'm gonna say no. You can
No.
drop it on. You can place it on the well carefully.
We'll just so I can have.
Caesar.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it like. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna put it in that direction.
Sure.
Right next to that ball of fire, yeah?
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
Right on the
Yeah, it'll be
ledge,
protected
so I
a little
can
bit.
see it.
You can dry it out with
How
ball of
far
fire.
away am I from
Hover
the
it
guy
above.
in front of Graven?
Actually, not a bad idea.
10, I think. 10 feet or 15 feet. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, 15
So
feet.
bad.
Okay.
To me, you said?
No, to the guy.
The
that's
guy
next
next,
to you.
to you, and then I am in distance, same distance. That guy's not even out of the
5,
water
10.
yet. Though,
He's like
right?
on the shoreline. You can reach him from the edge of the shoreline. His head's poking out there.
Which one do I go for? I'll go for that one.
The one in the water.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
I thought it was 9 o'clock, and I'm like, we've been fighting these bastards for 2
All right.
hours.
Attack him.
These pygmies.
He's why?
He's been hit. No.
He has not been hit.
Oh, for sorry. Okay. I'm gonna. Oh my god. That's a natural one.
Wow.
Wow, is that your like third one?
Second.
Sorry.
But whose count?
Is that another natural one?
7.
It does not.
Oh no.
So
Okay.
you sort of slide a little bit along the rocky shores, swing the
What a
flail, but
tragedy.
unable to grab him.
I am going to use one of my jacket functions.
Okay.
Until the start of my next turn, any hostile creature that tries to move out of melee range from me must make a strength saving throw of 10 plus 2d4, or they fail to move. If they succeed, any opportunity attack you make is granted an additional 1d4 to hit
Great.
and damage dealt.
So we'll do them one at a time. The 2d4
Okay.
for the difficulty.
7.
7 plus 10, so 17. So if he tries to move away from you, he has to roll 17 or better on his strength check.
Yes. And then the.
We can wait on that one.
Oh.
If he gets out of range, you roll
Got it.
the.
Okay, cool.
You can do the other one.
Don't jinx it, Leah.
That's
and
basically
I'm done.
impossible.
Oh my god.
Alrighty, Orba.
Okay, it's Orba, so she's gonna look toward Graven and go, Graven, duck!
Just
And
look
she's
down
gonna
at
cast.
I was like, ah.
She's. Oh, actually, you know what? Chill touch. She's gonna cast Chill Touch at Mr. Thorny Frog guy.
Okay.
So let's do this. 11 to hit.
That misses. So Graven doesn't quite duck enough, and she isn't able to point it up over his shoulder.
Okay.
What was that? What did you say?
That's my whole turn.
Okay. You saw where Beezaura put your book down.
Where is it?
Like right on the shoreline, like right
near the ball of fire.
I did it right in front of you. So
It's
you
drying
could
it
see.
out. It's drying
Yeah,
it out.
Orba's gonna run and get the spell book. Sorry, Graven!
Oh my god.
Pick it up.
I mean, it's wet, but again, magic pages. It's not ruined.
Yeah. Okay. Chiefs.
You're welcome.
The chief singular. He
leg's
is
falling off.
going to try and get out of range of Beezaura.
Oh, where is he?
That is a 7. So as he tries to swim away, Beezaura lunges her hand and pulls him back.
Fucker.
So instead, he's just going to try and make an attack on where you go.
Do we see, or like, do we? I know this happened last combat as well. Do we notice this incredible act of strength?
I mean, again, everything's happening so fast, and she's kind of like grappling. In
So
the
it's not like
water.
when I used rejuvenation, everyone was like, "That's weird."
No,
Because
I'm
it's
literally
so
going
yeah.
like this.
yeah, she is, and again,
Well, I mean more grabbing the dude and hauling.
I
him
mean, you've
back
seen
and-
Beezaura do physical
Yeah.
feats that have impressed
You weren't asking so that after combat you could be like, wow, good job, Beezaura. You were asking so that after combat you can be like, how the fuck did you
You
do
can
that,
spec-
Beezaura?
What were you
Yep.
slurping on over there?
Yep.
You can,
I don't know
so
why I was
you can make
asking.
a little investigation.
I'm just trying. I want to be as
No.
invested in the world as possible.
There we go. There we go.
That is a
There's an
14 to
excuse.
hit and an 11 to hit.
No birds.
So as you're grabbing onto it, it's kind of flailing with its claws, but it isn't able to get you. That's it.
Erland.
Erland.
All right, I am.
About to go for some chocolate.
I'm over here. No, regardless, I want to go. I want to get here. I believe that counted that out.
you
That
get
should be
there?
within 40
5,
feet.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to get sort of in between Orba and this guy. We're sliding in, two-handed quarterstaff attack, a little jab.
We're sliding in.
13 to hit.
That misses. One comes in just out of range.
Useless.
Come on, Erland.
Erland.
Erland didn't see miss, so you can say, "Come on, Erland."
Flurry of blows.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, you really.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll sleep in an extra hour. Fuck, right off. 10 to hit.
That misses.
Oh.
13 to hit.
That hit misses.
Oh my goody god.
So with hitting nothing but air, running in from 40 feet.
Oh, what?
Come on.
That's
creature kind of-
embarrassing.
Yeah, Erland does this
was
sick slide through the forest and then.
You want me to hold him still? You want me to just hold
That
him
was
in place?
35 feet of movement. You
Oh
can
my
move away if you want.
No, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay.
We suck. Okay.
That-
Safira.
Top of the lineup. Let's go, Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna move so
him.
that I can get within sight of this guy. So I'm gonna kind of like scoot over.
Yeah, if you go out this way, you have like a
Oh, that's
clear-
better.
Yeah.
Everyone's going for that.
So I'm going to. This guy's doing it pretty okay, right? Isn't he like?
He's been hit a couple times, but he's
Doing it pretty okay.
he
Did
hasn't
he
been-
also? We don't really know, but he got healed, maybe. From
Oh,
the other guy.
as far as you can
yeah.
tell, he did not. Like
Yeah,
he
'cause the guy
started
went
to,
away.
but then he moved after that. Yeah.
I'm just trying to
idiot.
decide whether or not to. Because I am not gonna get another rest for this, so I'm
Oh,
not
but I
gonna do
missed.
that. I'm gonna go ahead and
missed.
just take a shot at this guy.
5 attacks. all missed.
Okay, that is 19 to hit.
That hits. Roll for
Why did
damage.
that take me so
He
much
is
long? It was
hurt.
12 plus 7, you guys.
No.
Okay. Oh my god. That's 18 total damage.
18 total damage.
That's it.
Arrow flies through, and again, that creature up next against the tree, he's like going in for a bite attack on Graven, and it
Oh, wow.
pierces his cheek and sticks him to
And
the
makes
tree.
Erland look way worse.
All of us. We all.
That's it? Movement at all? You're good? You moved 15 feet?
No,
Thornies are
I don't
out
know
of
how to move.
Yeah, thornies are out of here.
Alright, so it's Graven and Beezy.
I'll... Beezaura's right there. Go ahead. You're
Yeah,
close.
I have the last guy in my hands. Okay. I'm going to attack.
Okay.
I'm going to attack.
It's music.
19.
19 hits. Roll for damage.
Stuff of nightmares.
It literally will be tonight.
Yeah.
9.
9 damage. Great. With a smack thud across the face.
Still alive?
I believe was the first time he's been hit.
Well,
So,
I guess
no.
so.
Is he still alive? After one hit?
You taunt him real good.
Yeah.
Still alive!
You're the last one standing.
I'm not gonna get any of this back.
That will not come back. Until
Look at the rest. First time I haven't had inflict things.
Then I'll be out of blues. I'll just keep it.
Okay.
Graven.
I don't want to get nervous.
Running over towards it, I'll shoot the ball over towards him, back over the water. Dexterity saving throw from him.
Don't get me.
13?
That matches it. So I
Does
think
it
it takes
Okay.
half damage, yeah.
That spell is dope.
Holy shit!
Is it max 12 or?
No, it's 2 1s, you
Wow, that was very optimistic of you. So it takes 1 damage.
So it takes 1 fire.
Oh, you got him!
Roaring flame that shoots across the water. It comes to a screeching halt and then...
I'm literally standing there. I'm like, what the heck was that?
Did you want to put it?
I'll do it kind of behind it. Yeah, so it's between. And
Be honest.
Did you get
Graven was
it?
maybe
He
running
seemed
towards it and
excited. It
tripped
was
a little bit
awesome.
and missed his angle of his dangle
that
there.
hurt so hard.
Can I make all the way up to it to
Oh,
try
good.
to?
Yeah, come
Although
on.
actually I can still use a spell because that's just
Yeah,
a
that was
bonus
just a bonus
action,
Yeah, get him.
right? Actually, so before I get all the way up to him, I'll try a guiding bolt again.
Range
So
spell
it's a
attack.
ranged
Over
spell
my head.
attack. 15?
15 hits. Roll for damage.
Okay, so that's 4d6.
Oh, goodbye.
I always
That's a
forget
good
about
Light
this.
him up.
That's a good
I
one.
forget about this spell. 7 plus 10 is 17 radiant
17,
damage.
Okay. Blast of light goes out, and there's a secondary effect as well.
Next attack roll made against this target before the end of my next turn has advantage.
Great.
Thanks to the mystical dim light of coolness.
Great, so after the sort of coursing light goes out, the light fades, but he's still like sparkling a little bit. He doesn't really know what it is, and you can see him kind of trying to shake it off.
Just melee attacks or any attack?
Any attack.
Next attack roll.
Oh, sick.
Yep. But yeah, roll. So
I
not,
wish his turn.
not like
Not a saving
not a
throw,
saving throw. Yeah.
Do you want to move all the way up to him now?
I will also move all the way up to
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he'll attack you and not me.
Graven and Beezaura by the shoreline there. Okay.
That's it.
Alright, it's Orba.
Alright.
So she's gonna cast Chill Touch at this thing.
Come on.
And she says, fuck your advantage. Just kidding, she's gonna use the advantage.
Did you even get to pick? Can she pick whether to take the advantage or not? Yeah, it just
The
has
next roll.
advantage.
She spits afterward.
You can use that tactically sometimes. Choose
That's true. 23 to hit.
that hits. Roll for damage.
Okay. 5 damage.
5 damage.
And it can't get more HP.
All right, Orba.
Yeah. So
Alright,
Orba
he's
just
back.
sees Beezaura and Graven just wailing on this guy, and she waits for an extra second until it looks like it's about to go down, and then she goes and casts Chill Touch right behind its little tush, smacks it.
And again, you
Cool,
see it
but-
kind of, and it floating down the river, bobbing
Yeah.
along as it moves.
Good job.
It was all me.
I did
Stuff.
everything.
So you guys have a moment here as you're all kind of figuring out what you have missing.
Did we get everything?
I look through my bag to see if everything's there.
Yeah, it looks like I think you guys have, at this point, other than the
potions.
potions that were dropped along the ground, you've recovered all of your weapons.
Does anyone see my potions?
Straight back from where I came.
Through the leaves a little bit, and you both intact.
Orba, and I'm gonna slowly bring the flaming ball over. Like, you want to try to dry off that book while I still have this? Or just kind of like hold it.
You can do that for a little bit. How long does it last?
Up to a minute.
Okay,
So that was
yeah.
probably 3 or 4 rounds. So there's still a good 30 seconds.
Yeah,
probably.
sure. So you do that for 30 seconds. I mean, it definitely helps. It looks like it dries it out a little. It's still a little damp, but it looks like if you kind of keep it out in the sunlight, if there's some sunlight later on, it might sort of fully dry it off. Safira goes over where Erland had dropped them, picks her balls back up.
Yeah. It gives them a look like.
I guess
Right, is everyone...
if we have everything.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I had no idea. I didn't even see them coming. I mean, they were just suddenly everywhere.
It's alright. could happen to any of us, I guess.
We should rest, but then can I see into? I mean, can I see into the sort of water and see that there are these like little hovels?
Now that you kind of watch them dive into that thing, you can see these big rocks. Yeah, you can't see exactly where the openings are, but yeah, you can kind of see them.
All right.
I see you eyeballing the water there, Erland.
Well, perhaps we should rest now, but in the morning, they were trying to take our things into these underwater hovels. Perhaps there's some loot that we could take before we head out.
Oh, well, if there's...
To go back in the water?
Just in the morning, just to, when it's
No,
much
let's not
safer.
wait until the morning for some more creatures to find those holes and crawl in there and make it
It's
their
very
home.
dark
Let's-
down there, Safira.
You need to rest.
Well, I'm fine. I'm feeling alright, so I can go swim down there if you
Your
guys want
watch,
to take a moment.
Safira.
It's not...
I'm
I need
sorry,
to
I
finish
don't-
my rest.
You do! I'm saying I swim down, poke my head in the
Your
hole.
You're on
watch.
That's what they're saying. Is in order for them to finish
Well-
their long rest, you need to take your
Please
watch.
stay nearby.
Yeah, I
We'll
guess.
It's
all
not
do it
that
together.
important to snoop around down
We can always check in the morning,
I mean, okay.
if need be.
I don't know why we'd need to, but yeah.
We're going. Let's just rest.
Return to the campsite. You guys going back to rest here? Mm-hmm. All right, Safira, give me one more perception check as you finish up your watch.
Oh my god. If we get any more, I'm terrified to roll this die. That's a 4.
And with that, we will take our break.
Oh God!
So we can
Since
be
we
up in the
are,
bathroom.
Since we're finishing up the long rest here, everyone can reset their things as we wait to see what might have transpired. Thank you all so much for joining us. As always, we're taking a break a little earlier than usual, just because convenient long resting point. And when we come back, we will continue the journey up the Acqly River toward the Acqly Grove.
Why am I not perceptive?
I don't know.
And in case it's not stuck in your head already, we'll definitely continue to play the
on loop. For anybody who's new or just missed the previous chapter, about 5 minutes into our break video starts like a recap video that we always make for every chapter. So keep an eye out for it. You'll get all this very helpful information.
Yeah, if you just want a little refresher of what happened, spoiler alert if you don't want to look at it now, but yeah, it just has a little sort of hits the key events of the last episode, so we all are on the same page.
In like a very Law and Order kind of way. Like before the gung gung. After it?
Awesome.
Great.
All right, guys, we'll see you on the other side of the break. See you there.
Oh my god.
Chapter 55. Appeased among the trees, our friends revive the rescued traveler and discover his business on the road to Tuktu.
We'd found one.
One what?
We were gonna be set for life.
What was it?
A myconid.
His party was ambushed by the Sahuagins, and the myconid seized, leaving him with nothing but debt and no myconid to relieve it.
I find it interesting that you say him and not it, despite your intention to sell it.
Yes.
Bit of a moral conundrum, isn't it, then?
I unfortunately know what it's like to owe a big debt to someone very important. And I give him 50 gold.
After pointing the young man toward Tuktu, our friends investigate the wreckage, find some healing potions, as well as an odd map the men discovered in the forest during their travels.
I mean, it looks like it's saying there's a tree, and underneath this tree, where you found this map, there's something.
Do we believe that ISI and MIL are territories or landmarks that share
Border
a
of some
border?
sort? That's, yeah.
No cities, to my knowledge, in Antisuyu,
The
but
decision is whether or not we want to take, it could be, I don't know, a day out of the trip to investigate this.
I honestly don't think it's worth it.
Without much to go on, they continue north, but stop to observe a couple of Acqly elves repairing a bridge from an apparent storm. Our friends investigate.
Periodically, the tempests will move to a different portion of the grove to cleanse and renew, and their movement between them is known as the squall cycle.
what are the areas?
Ver, Isi, Mil, Itu, and Des.
At the elves' recommendation, our friends aim to circumvent Des, the Tempest's current location.
They said that perhaps we should avoid the EC might be the weather might not be good either, but we should, I think,
Split the difference.
exactly. It will keep us safely away from Des, while also hopefully investigating a little bit about what that could be.
And away from the bad weather, hopefully.
Our friends begin to make camp before officially entering the Acqly Grove, but are interrupted by a small group of gaunt travelers chanting along the path. Graven hears the voice of Kuuzni as they approach.
Reveal yourself to them. Why? You are an imperfect acolyte, Graven. A god requires penitence. They will give it to me. And then I will not be required to punish you for your lack of it.
Graven greets the travelers alone.
We wish only to complete our pilgrimage.
To where?
To honor the meddling gods.
I am Graven of Kuuzni,
And there's like a little...
cleric of cleansing light and fire.
Is this true? A cleric of the great god of light? And he puts the banner down and he kneels. And the rest of them follow.
The humbled traveler asks Graven to destroy their last bits of food in honor of Kuuzni, despite the devotees' hunger.
Stand back.
And they all kind of move back a little bit.
Conjure a sheet of flame between my fingers and burning hands out.
Enlightened but hungry, the men depart, leaving our friends somber but inspired by the pleased Kuuzni. Later that night, Orba clutches her flower and speaks a private word.
Kuuzni, if you can hear me, hear this. You can spare me your generosities. I only do things for Graven, not for you.
And a single petal of the flower falls off. And Kuuzni takes your inspiration away.
During the last watch, Safira notices the party's precious belongings being dragged off by veggie pygmies.
And it stops, and again, it kind of, with sticky eyes, sort of opens and closes. And you see the one.
And I kind of, it's not yours!
Everyone but Orba sort of bolts up at the shouting of Safira's voice. So that is where we'll
might
pick
be-
up next
We
time.
might be sinking in the river at this point.
With a couple of thieving veggie-pygmies.
What will come of the missing myconid? Will the Tempests not take kindly to nosy travelers? Can our friends get back their items without destroying the whole forest? Find out next time on Tabletop Notch.
There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are joining the crew after a long rest, after an interruption in the night. Some veggie pygmies making off with a few items, but everything recovered as far as we can tell. Safira, taking her watch, immediately falls asleep.
Oh my god, I forgot you rolled
it.
poorly.
The group wakes, and as far as you can tell,
Just
nothing
wakes
has been
up.
disturbed. So everyone has recovered all their things except for the short rest things that don't come back.
Except for 10 of my
Is the
HP.
condition of my plant okay? Like,
Yeah, the plant, I mean, it had some dirt on it. It was dropped in the dirt, but yeah.
Bites
Okay.
out of it.
well, I didn't know if it came out of its. It's in like a nest.
Yeah, it's in like a little burlap kind
Yeah.
It's like up here now.
But that's fine.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Thank
Let's
you.
wait for the morning.
Any activity?
No, this time, really, truly, nothing.
I'm gonna check my
I
bag.
was very vigilant. I was truly.
You go through, you don't see anything missing as far as you know.
Well, as rest as I feel, I could honestly use a bit more time to
Maybe have,
meditate here. If anyone else
maybe have a leisurely breakfast.
is anybody opposed?
No.
No?
Okay.
Can I try and catch us some food?
Are you not taking a short rest?
Oh, I
Because you
wouldn't. I
cannot
wouldn't be able to
during-
do that and then short rest.
I could try to catch
That's
some
another
food.
half hour.
Oh, it is?
15.
Okay, never
Yeah,
mind,
I mean,
never
that
mind.
takes a little time to
Never
hunt
mind.
something down.
Never mind.
I could try to catch some food. I got my knife.
She does have a little knife.
Yeah, do you want to? I think hunting should, do whatever you...
Go for it, Orba.
Saphira's kind of...
Everyone's like,
Do you want me
yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to... I can
Godspeed.
help, I can go with you, I
You don't need a rest?
No, I'm alright.
Rest. Spirit points into- Do it.
Yeah, okay.
I tried.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm very serious with that knife.
A little bit of meditation time themselves. Give me a survival check, Orba.
So this is now, we're taking a
This
short
is a
rest.
short
Now
rest.
taking a short
Yeah,
rest.
you guys take a very leisurely. We'll see what Orba does, but also
I had
there
everything
might be food
documented,
being eaten
but I
here as
guess
well.
I can-
Survival?
Yeah,
16.
16. We'll say you're able to catch. It looked like there was an already hurt, possibly in the fight with the veggie pygmies, like a rabbit that's kind of limping around.
Oh.
You track it down. It's enough, we'll say, for 2 of the people for a meal, but not for everybody.
Okay. Orba comes back.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah,
Nice.
it's pretty small.
Yeah, it's alright,
Okay. I cook?
Yeah, you cook it. You should eat it. You cut
Fires
it.
me. Take a moment. Okay, so you and someone else can use that instead of a ration.
Beezaura saved my thing, so I'll give it to her.
Oh,
Save
you,
things.
Orba.
There you go. And just like that, old grudges
Oh my
are
We
washing
become so
away.
we get mad at each
Melted
other and
away.
wake up so easily. Are you gonna tell him? No.
It's a simple-
Okay, fine. Now we're best friends.
So the other 3 rations, make sure you eat.
Oh yeah, rations.
Anything anyone's doing during this time besides just sort of recuperating, taking a nap?
No, again.
Just a little bit of idle chatter about the journey thus far and where you guys have to go. You know that your journey's taking you up the rivers until you're able to identify a crossing of some kind.
While I was sleeping, I thought possibly too much of a coincidence, who knows, but what if SS on the map stood for Soul Shelter?
Those are 2 words that start with S, so, I mean...
It fits.
It certainly fits in that way. Does anyone know these elves that live in these woods? I don't know very much about them. Does anyone know if that would be something that they would build for some reason, or would know? I don't know. Is there any reason to believe that there would be a soul shelter here?
You guys don't know why that would be the case.
No idea.
Well, I'm thinking if remember when they said that the Tempests have kept away any undead incidents for quite some time?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they are doing that, but if they have some, tricks up their sleeves, maybe they have some kind of a powerful base or chamber that they operate from. Is it in the center of the grove, the border between
Graven
Mill and Easy?
Based on what
pretty
they
central.
described in the map, it would be
Closer
somewhere
to me.
here, yes.
Sort of in the center, yeah.
Somewhere here.
If there's a center to it, yeah.
I don't know.
Do you
It's the path
want
that
to
we...
check it out?
I mean, we have to go that way anyway.
We have to go that way anyway,
Yeah.
So
yes.
we're going to stumble upon it, whether or not we even want to.
That's true.
You don't have to go that far east to go through Easy, but yes, it wouldn't take much longer to continue further.
I think it's worth checking it out.
agree.
I mean, certainly if it's a soul shelter, then that could be,
Question is who left the map there. I suppose we may never know that.
I mean, no, it's not
And
like...
the elves now know that we have it.
Right.
They may or may not care. I mean, they're weird people, but,
They know about soul shelter, probably.
who knows? Maybe their weird little owl heads are going to be waiting for us once we get to the soul shelter, but,
Just so we have an idea, anybody interested in going inside the soul shelter, raise their hand.
Really?
I'm open to it, but I think the less we speak about it, the better.
That's why
I agree.
Okay.
If everyone wants to do it, I guess, sure.
So those are 2 hands then we're getting?
Let us
Do we want to...
not dwell on it, but yes.
Do
The
we-
answer is yes.
Okay.
Do we want to take a quick look in the water? No more than 15, 20
yeah,
minutes?
those little holes. Is it worth it, do you think?
Why not? Let's just see what that...
I mean-
it should, in theory, someone should just need to dive down and look inside.
I'm happy to do it. It seems like they've been stealing travelers' things, so it could
Zara
be
seems to be
other
able to
stuff.
hold her breath for a long time.
Why don't you two go? Were there multiple little forts? Why don't you two
There
go?
was 2.
All right.
All right.
Why don't you quickly
So-
pop down?
I'm gonna kind of start disrobing a little
Hold
bit,
your
like
armor.
yeah. I'm gonna take my stuff and give it to like Erland and.
I'm like, I'm gonna cut in the water. Okay, sure.
You don't have to.
It's fine.
Anything you don't want to.
I'm gonna
Sit down over the-
jump
yeah.
back in. And,
I'll go. I'm not really gonna.
And now
look.
with a little more of the light coming through, I mean, it's a little darker down there, but it's not like pitch black, and you're able to see down into there. So first of all,
well,
it
I
looks...
have dark vision, so I
You
can
do,
still-
yes. You see these little
Okay.
sort of rocky shelters. It does look like you would have to squeeze through the hole. It's not so tight that you wouldn't be able to, but it's not like you could just easily swim in. You'd have to kind of
Can I
wiggle your
like
way
peek
through.
in before I squeeze through, or no?
Sure. Give me a perception check as you go down to the
Can I
river.
fit in?
16.
You will get to you after Safira jumps in. Great. So you come down and you push in. You grab sort of the lip of the entrance there, and you pull yourself down and you take a peek in. It looks like there's quite a few things in here. It looks like they're all kind of rusted and old. There's a lot of what look to be spears, swords, weapons, glass bottles, all kinds of junk. Nothing that immediately catches your eye as
That's, like,
necessarily valuable. Yeah.
Okay.
If you went inside, you'd get a better look, but in a passing glance, you do not see anything particularly bad.
All right, I'm gonna try to. Looking at this, what is can Safira kind of make a judgment about her capacity to get stuck inside this thing?
It's possible that you might get stuck inside it, but
Terrifying. Okay, I'm gonna try to get inside it.
okay. Give me
because I guess
an
I'm
acrobatics check,
a death
and
wish.
Beezaura, you go down. Give me a perception check as well as you peek into yours.
Natural 20.
13. You see very similar. So you get down to the thing and you pull yourself to the lip. You look in, rusted weapons, glass bottles, again, little shards of things. It looks like they have a bunch of junk that they've collected over time. Again, you might have to look in to get a better look at what's inside. You also do not have dark vision, so it is, other than the few things you can see near the entrance to this little thing, it's very dark in there. You might not even be able to see, even if you get all the way in.
And can I fit through this thing?
Yep.
Alright, I'll go in there.
Natural 20, great.
Yes.
So you kind of pull down and you notice that a little bit of the riverbed's loose and you push some of the rocks away, so it actually opens up the entrance a little bit. You push it aside and pull yourself through. Give me an investigation check.
12.
You take a quick look around and you sort of push some of the bottles aside, make sure to not touch any of the kind of rusted weapons that are sticking out at various angles and things. It does look like you find among some of the bottles one potion of some kind. It does not look like a healing potion. You would immediately recognize that. But some unbroken glass bottle that has a liquid inside.
Alright, I'm gonna snatch that.
Sure.
And I'm gonna leave everything else. Everything else that's valuable.
Push yourself back out.
Can I see that she's kind of gone into a dark little hole down there?
Yeah. I mean,
Find a little fist-sized rock and give it light. And
so Beezaura's trying to feel around a little bit carefully, and then finally behind her she hears like a, and there's a light that comes through. Give me an investigation check.
What is happening?
got you.
Horrible.
Check investigation. 9.
9. You don't find anything. Give me back my coin.
Oh my god.
Broken bottles, rusted weapons, mostly junk.
Sad. Rats.
I slam the water and I just get out of there.
Push it on the. Come back up to the surface.
Dispel away.
Yeah.
Anything?
I have nothing of value.
Oh, I don't know what this is, but I found I don't know what it is. Does anyone know what this is?
Do we know what it is?
Let me see who might know.
What color is it?
Orba, give me an Arcana check.
Yes, sir.
You love this.
Ooh. That went up. Yeah, so 24. 22.
Wow.
What's 22.
22.
Nice stroke.
So, given that you've sort of spent some time in some of the labs at the Halls of Transmutation, you are able to discern what it is. And you find a potion of strength, of giant strength.
Oh.
Giant.
Whoa, we walk.
Like giant strength or giant strength?
They're pretty interchangeable. Giants are strong, so
Yeah.
But
She means like
is the
massive,
strength
strong?
big, or is it the strength of a giant?
Yes.
Yes.
The potion is not giant sized. It's just not like this big.
Yeah.
comes up.
I meant you get the strength of a giant species, or
Yes, that's the implication. Yes, but that is
become I don't know. My brain went in two different directions.
giants have giant strength. So
Yes.
yes,
That works.
yes is the answer to both of them.
It's just complex thinking.
Yes, that's wonderful. It's a potion of giant strength, so it will make whoever ingests it big and strong.
Well, that's,
Bizarre still doesn't get it.
no one minds if I...
Zara's just sitting there
Whatever, I already have a lot of strength. I don't need to understand.
No one minds
That's
if I hold...
something you should
Can I
probably
keep it? Oh, brilliant. No one else... Oh, cheers. Then I'm going to take it.
You
don't want me to keep it?
Usually use
doesn't. I don't think that would I have any knowledge if she.
You're aware. Yeah, you wouldn't
Okay.
recognize it on sight, but you're aware that those exist. Yeah.
I don't think someone using.
I mean, in a technical term, they increase your strength score by quite a bit. So if you fight with a strength-based attack, then
I don't.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
I think someone who uses a bow and arrow might not need that as much as, say, a flail or a quarterstaff.
Fair point.
I don't I don't.
I was gonna say.
It's not my thing.
I thrive on agility, not pure strength.
Good for you. Maybe the flail.
Sure.
Give the potion to Beezaura.
You.
I use my
Collecting
dexterity
away.
modifier.
I had some good potions.
I never gave. Erland, I have something for you, and I'm gonna pull out the copy of GGG that I had from my.
I saw you grab that, yes? Thank you for holding on to
Shucks,
it.
you didn't ask me for it sooner.
Put it back in my... Before I put it back in my bag, can I check the page?
Oh my
It does not have anything.
It's really bad.
Check.
Red.
Right. Well, is everybody feeling rested and ready to go?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Graven, also give me a
You reach in here.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of the right thing. Give me a history check regarding the potion. So now that you know that's what it is, based on Orba's identification, you've certainly heard of people using those before.
Right.
Give me a history check.
9.
9. You're not able to recall sort of exactly the specifications of how extra strong it makes you. You just know that people use it to get a sort of boost in their physical.
Big, more strong.
Giant strength.
I got a lot of fun things to sip on.
I'm gonna head over to the horses, sort of.
Yep. Orba's already on hers.
Sure. All right. And you guys begin to ride. And the more you travel north, the more the river's picking up in its intensity. And now what were once clear and shining waters that you could see through to the riverbed on a clear day are opaque with the white layer of trapped air that sort of as it moves along. You're thankful then to see another crossing coming up, saving you from having to identify a spot where the horses could be coaxed through to the other side. Getting closer, you remark on the similarities between the previous bridge that was being repaired and this one, borderline identical. But the river is wider at this point, clearly constructed with a particular aesthetic in mind. I mean, the sort of detailing on the bridge, the railings, they look exactly the same. Clearly, whoever made these bridges, they have a similar idea of how to construct them. Yeah, well, it might be the same people. As far as you can tell, there are no guards or barriers to this bridge. There's no one on it, sort of blocking your path or anything to that effect. The crossing's free to use at your leisure. There is, however, someone along the bank on the opposite side.
Well.
Their horse has been loosely tied up to the railing of the bridge at the very other side of the river. And they're kneeling down at what looks to be some kind of grave or memorial. There's sort of a carved wooden post that's been stuck into the ground. And there's a few things surrounding it, maybe some flowers and things. It's hard to tell at this distance. You're still maybe 75 or more feet off. And the person's currently facing, mostly away from you. You don't have a really good view of their face. However, you are pretty confident it's not an Acqly elf. You can see their skin, and it's not that kind of dull purplish tone that you've seen before. So sort of coming up on the bridge, and that's what you see.
Can I take out my spyglass and try to get a better look?
Give me a perception.
That is an 18.
18, great. You take a look, and it looks like a human woman. And in addition to sort of noticing at first sort of the general features of her, it appears that that person might be taking something out of a bowl that's sitting on the ground and not putting something into it.
Okay.
Feels disrespectful.
Can I see... Oh, sorry, were you about to continue?
One more thing. You can see a little more of the post from here through the spyglass. It looks like it's about 2 feet tall, and it has kind of an intricate spiral pattern around it that's stuck into the ground. And it's not a pattern or shape that you recognize, but it looks, it's clearly carved in some way, not just sort of a simple post marker.
Is it the only one?
In that spot, yeah, that you can see, yes.
Okay.
It's the only.
Well, I'm not quite sure if that woman is in mourning or not. It seems as though she is taking
What do you mean?
and not giving into this offering bowl that's sitting at this spirally.
Well, that feels
Well, it could-
particularly not good because culturally, this forest, they don't like undead here, and I think disrespecting dead spirits might be a good way to, lure them out of the ground.
Well, are we sure that it is indeed a grave marker? Could it not be a?
That's true.
Could not be a chat like a relief station?
Possibly. Well, if we encounter her and she gets all hoity-toity, we can say we saw her robbing a grave.
I think I'm leaning away because I have the map. So
Does it seem that she's noticed us?
Does not yet.
She's not facing us.
Again, the river's decently loud at this point, so until you start to maybe hit the bridge where you hear the thumping of the hooves.
Oh, she's facing away.
Yeah, she's facing away from you.
Tiefling, is there a need to say anything to her, or can we simply try and ride past?
I'm sure we could ride right on past her.
I mean, you would ride right by her, but
No, I just mean like, I'm saying, is there a need to like interrupt her, or can we ride past?
No, it seems like we could neglect this moment.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna proceed. But...
You get up to the bridge, and the horse's hooves on the wood as you move across. And as that happens, she does sort of whatever she's doing. She looks up and she sees you guys.
Give her just a little nod.
She gives a nod, and she looks like she kind of quickly puts something in a pocket, and then she makes for her horse, sort of unloops it from the thing. And she's sort of in the middle of unlooping it and possibly getting herself up on the horse as you guys are reaching the other side.
Can we see if there's anything else in the bowl?
Give me a perception check.
9.
9. It doesn't look like anything there, but it's small. You might have to get down and get a better look at it. But
And we didn't see what she put in her pocket.
no, you didn't. She sort of swings the leg up on the horse.
Oh there, miss. What is this marking?
I was just leaving. So,
no, sorry, we're just new here, and he's asking because we're wondering if it's something we should be worried about.
No, I believe it's one of the elves killed in the changing of the seasons.
Oh, so you were just stealing from one of the elves then?
No, I wasn't stealing. I was paying my respects. You may do so now if you wish.
So how do you pay your respects? Do you do it by taking something out of the bowl and
No, I do it by saying a prayer. Thank you.
then taking something out of the bowl that we saw you
Why
take?
don't you pay your respects your way, and I'll do it my way. Thank you.
Ma'am, what have you taken out of the bowl?
She starts to ride.
Along like the opposite direction of us?
Yes.
I'm going to look to Orba, because I mean, you got the best look at her.
It's a woman in her, mid-30s maybe. She has short brown hair. It's been pushed back out of her face with a headband.
Human one? Oh, you said
Human woman, yeah.
I think this is one of those things that we're going to have to decide if we care about it.
Yes, well, we already showed our hand pretty clearly, and now she's riding away, so...
Well, I mean,
why
Here,
you
horse,
me?
across the wood.
And the bowl's still sitting there?
Yeah.
Is there anything in the bowl still?
If you want to get off your horse and take a look, yeah.
Have a quick look.
I'll go look.
Comes off.
Curiosity is going to kill us.
And you take a little look. And again, you see a wooden post intricately carved. It has like a spiral pattern. It also looks like it has some kind of like wings carved into it. It almost looks like a flying snake of some kind. Like it has like sort of imagery to it. But it's, just this post that's sticking in the ground. There's an empty bowl that's by it. There is also, tied with a little bit of twine around kind of the base of the totem, 2 pieces of parchment. It actually looks like more pieces of parchment, but weather has since eroded them. Like there's some very wet pieces of parchment that looks like the ink has run. 2 of them are still legible enough to read. The other ones look not legible. One of them is written in Elvish. It says, Vifir vol volmas a oda u voli amas, o osh ufi oda oshad vif.
Got it. Right.
Yeah. About how far
Love
away is
that
she
phrase.
now while she's...
I mean, she's at like almost reaching the other end of the bridge. She's almost
Which is
reaching
how long?
40 feet.
Okay.
And then the other one is written in common. And it's another, again, you weren't able to read that one, but you get the impression that these are notes to the deceased. This one says, I learned of your passing with a heavy heart. Your visits to Tuktu are always a welcome sight. I know you always coveted these, so I give you one to take with you into the afterlife. Sleep well, brother. And signed, Raz Pugh.
Oh, come on.
Beezaura, should I stop her?
She definitely took something. And I think it was from Raz.
Is it... It was from Raz?
I'm gonna turn and point my hand towards her and look at everybody. Old person.
It's a wisdom saving.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Everyone's favorite.
Never failed us before.
Natural 20.
Oh, come on! And she knows, right?
She feels the sort of tensing of her muscles as you reach your hand out, and she looks back and immediately sort of...
I'm gonna start to ride hard after her.
Okay, give me an animal handling check as you try to chase after her.
I'll join him.
Okay, 12. Give me an animal handling check as well. Okay. Across the bridge. Go ahead, Graven as well.
Animal...
We're never making it to the...
12.
12. Okay, so she's moving down the path in the same direction that you guys traveled down in this direction. And she clearly, she doesn't have no experience with a horse, but you guys are more adept. You start to, catch up, and the 2 of you are now coming up alongside her on both sides of her as she's riding.
Halt, ma'am, halt. We don't want to hurt you.
And she sees you sort of really almost breaching her on both sides, and she slows a little bit. I wasn't stealing. And even if I was, what's it to you? What, you know this elf?
Yes.
What was his name?
We know those who mourn the elf.
So you don't know this elf?
I thought you were talking... I understand what you're saying now. No, we did not know that elf.
What do you care about this grave?
Our friends. We have friends who mourn this elf. People who have helped us have mourned this elf.
Not that it's any of your business, but the Acqly elves owe me, so I'm getting what I'm owed.
What is your name? Who are you?
She rolls her eyes pretty hard at the question, sort of takes a breath. Naeus Coglin. The elves lied to me. They lied about when the squall seasons were changing, and it cost me. So now I'm getting what I'm owed.
When did they tell you the squall seasons were changing?
My sister and I set up a fishing spot downriver, just outside of Itu. The tempests bring bad weather, but if you know anything about them, they also attract wildlife, for whatever reason. And if you don't get too close and you're willing to get rained on, there's plenty of opportunity for food. My sister's very clever. She built these very sturdy nets that we'd set up in the river. But the squall seasons changed much earlier than they said they would, and they destroyed all of our equipment. I think they did it on purpose.
Is your sister all right?
She's fine.
Sorry.
We're out quite a bit of gold for all of our projects.
This happened recently then, when
Yes,
the squall
when the
moved from
seasons changed.
E2 to Des, yes?
Yes.
What does that mean that they are now?
Well, no, she's saying that it did move from E2 to Des, yes?
Yeah, sorry, what were you...
Oh, sorry. I'm just.
The
Does
light
that
of-
match?
She was camping out here.
They were fishing along the river outside of E2.
Yeah.
and it's moved.
Yes, and they told her it was, going to be more time before the...
Okay.
the
My
tempest
question
moved.
was like, does that match what we
Oh,
were
okay.
told?
I believe it does.
That does.
basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Does what she said about what happened seem true to
Give
you?
me an insight.
12, sorry.
It does. I mean, you can see her sort of manifesting the frustration a little bit. She seemed to, again, she implied that she thought maybe they did it on purpose. You don't know that that's true. It doesn't seem like she's lying about it,
Yeah.
but you don't know that that's true.
Look, we are sorry for your losses.
Then let me be on my way.
What did you take from the bowl? I ask only because we know those who mourned him.
They're seeds, all right? They're plumba seeds. She reaches into her pocket, she takes it out. She has these sort of large, almost like apricot pit, like large seeds. The Acqly elves put them on these graves so they grow into a bush later on. But they're also valuable. And I took them because they owe me money.
How much would something like that go for?
A few gold pieces each.
And how many does she have?
She's got like 4 of them in her hand. It's not a lot.
Does that seem like she's underselling it, or?
Give me a nature check, given the sort of value of the plamba.
4.
Again, Plamba's an anti-suyu fruit, not a Kira fruit, so you're not super familiar.
You believe they lied to you willfully, and not that they were just wrong.
Yes, well, they don't like when people who aren't Acqly elves take advantage of the increased wildlife activity.
Did I see that BZ pulled out 2 things from the...
You definitely saw her examining them. You did not see what was on them. Or
Okay,
anything,
then I'm just
so-
gonna... Halfling!
You've ridden a decent bit.
If I yelled, I could yell to her? Is if she within yelling distance?
I'm gonna say no. The river's
Okay.
kind of roaring.
Okay.
You might have to ride back there.
Alright.
Yeah. Anything else?
Is that all you took?
It's not a big deal. It's not like I took the Erupo, okay?
What is
I'm not
that?
an idiot.
What is that?
Erupo, by the way, is the elven word for offering.
Oh, okay.
They bury them, and I didn't take those. I know that the elves curse them before they bury them.
So that's all you took then from the bowl?
Just the seeds.
Does she seem like she's lying about
Make
the
an
seeds?
insight check.
Oh.
Nat 1.
As far as you can tell.
Will you try to come back with your sister?
Yes, I'm scouting out a different spot up near Des.
Well, based on what we spoke to the elves, and I don't know whether or not they're being genuine to us, but they did say that it is now in Des and it moves every 90 to 100 days.
Yes, I know when it's supposed to move, but some of the elves are better at predicting these things. And some people ask them, so they can get an idea of when they might be able to hunt, which is what we did, and I think they lied.
Well, I apologize for the miscommunication.
Sure. May I go?
Goliath?
Enjoy the grove.
While they're riding back.
Yes, so while this was happening, did you guys want to do anything?
We do have a half-elf here.
Can you read this, Safira?
She shows you the
yeah,
note.
sure.
You are able to read the note.
What is
And the note says, "The storm has taken you from us, but you are not forgotten. I will think of you every time the wind blows." It's sort of cute.
It says, "The storm has taken you from us, but you are not forgotten. We will think of you every time the wind blows."
Nailed it. And it's signed Erland Najim, which the name is on there.
What is the name?
Erland Najim.
Okay.
So
And the other letter was from Raspu.
weird. And that said, what does it say?
I learned of your passing with a heavy heart. Your visits to Tuktu were always a welcome sight. I know you always coveted these, so I give you one to take with you into the afterlife. Sleep well, brother.
Coveted
Well,
these.
that's very
I wonder what he
kind.
coveted.
Any idea what it could be?
I don't know, I'm not personally one who would probably take an offering from a grave, but, I mean, interesting, I guess.
That seems surprisingly out of character for Raspu. I don't really know the man very well, but that's a very generous gift
Very.
for someone that's dead.
If I'm
It
standing,
is
can
a
I
very
see
generous
anything
gift
else
for someone
there?
who's
I mean,
dead.
it looks like the dirt
Maybe it's
around
spiritual
the
dirt.
hole, it
Maybe
looks a
it's
little
not
different. Looks like it was
someone's
dug up at some point and then,
Maybe-
reburied.
What if it's a gift that's not for someone who's dead? That's actually a good point.
What do you mean? Wait,
I
what?
mean,
Did I say something
Raspu,
correct?
maybe he's not a generous man or necessarily a spiritual man. He didn't strike me necessarily as one. Not that I know him particularly at all. But, I don't know, she took something from this grave, that woman passing by. She clearly seemed to know that this is a place where offerings are left. Maybe this is Raz leaving something for someone else.
Oh, you think like a sneaky deposit spot for illegal substances?
I don't know. I guess it could be.
We put it all together.
Maybe we should see if Erland and
And
Graven.
at this point, Erland and Graven come riding back.
So?
Seeds. She was taking valuable seeds. The elves lied to her in some way, and
Well, Raz Pugh left a message on this post, and some other nice elf that, is thinking of this dead guy when the wind blows. But Raz Pugh left something in, that was coveted, I guess, by said
Was it the
dead
seeds?
well,
person?
no, Naeus was the woman's name. She said that they leave an offering to dead, these elves. Perhaps Raz provided the offering. She did, however, say that the elves typically curse them before they're buried. So unless one of you have a way of dispelling a curse...
I do not.
Is that what that elfish word meant that she said?
Well, I'm not gonna, I don't...
Oh, she said yes, offering. It means an offering. So perhaps, what's the note from...
I learned of your passing with a heavy
Hand it
heart.
to him.
Your visits to Tuktu were always a welcome sight. I know you always coveted these, so I give you one to take with you into the afterlife. Sleep well, brother.
I don't think it was that, because she had numerous seeds. Phila only left one of something.
Well, that's what I'm saying, I believe.
So it must
unless she duped us, that could be the offering that was left behind.
Can we
I
at
suppose multiple people could have left seeds, and the guy was a seed lover.
The ground does look dug up.
Again,
His offering may
it's
be underneath.
likely cursed, so unless we have a way of dispelling that...
I don't think that...
Should we just leave it
If
then?
nothing else, I think we should just try to figure out this guy's name.
Goliath.
Is it anywhere on... Can I look to see the carving? There's no
You do
name.
not see anything.
Goliath, do you have any way of dispelling curses?
I don't know how I feel about
I
digging
agree,
up a
I
dead body
agree,
in
I
a grove
agree.
that's
I
never
actually-
had undead
Well then-
problems.
We were ready to attack a stranger for touching the bowl. What if somebody finds us doing something? Let's just
No, I
leave
agree.
it.
Let's leave it and keep moving.
I'll sort of, again, with the maps, lead the way.
Lead the way. You guys move on.
There's a second spell slot.
Yeah.
Second level.
I hate leaving things behind.
We know.
Dude, you're walking around with like the Hellraiser of the undead.
Yeah.
Let's not dig up a dead person.
It's true.
After crossing the river, it's northbound once more. This time with the water on your left and the winds picking up. blowing directly opposite to your current course. It slows you down a little bit. The horse is kind of weaving a little bit as the winds pour.
To be clear, Matt, I'm leading us.
You are now on the east side of the river.
Yeah, and I want to be leading us sort of to this.
Okay,
point.
you can. The roots kind of... You're on kind of a clearly traversed path. The ground is like tamped down.
Oh, okay.
The woods are quite thick and thorny. I mean, leading your horses through, not along the river, would be much more difficult.
Where is this path taking us that we're on, do we believe? Is it taking
We're
us
following the
directly
river.
along the
Yeah,
river?
so we're following the river.
She said the woman that we spoke to, we might be, unless we want to go off the path.
That was it.
Nailed it. Unless we want to stray from the path, we would have to stay quite close to Des, and she's the area Des, and she suggested that though we will not be in the middle of the squall, we may see an increase in animal life and rain. So just as we're proceeding, unless we want to head more eastward.
Since there's gonna be, I guess, an increase in wildlife, do we want to have me... If we're passing through, it might be useful for me to chat to any of them and see if this squall is coming close to us. That way, at least we could maybe get a warning.
I say save it. We know where it is. We know it's in Des.
Well, do we know where it is?
Des.
Well, no, that's not very specific.
Well, no, but we're not going into it. I'm just saying that by following the river, we're going to get quite close. So though we may not meet any of the elementals, any of the actual harmful things of this squall, we may see some rain, some extra animals, just something to be aware of as we travel. Unless we want to go off, unless we want to stray from the path.
Yeah, I mean, again, assuming the maps are accurate, which so far they have been, you can see staying on the east bank of the river. You don't go into Des, but it comes close. I mean, the weather might get worse.
I think this is safest, but we'll just be careful.
Path.
Yes.
Okay.
The wind continues to blow, but kind of whipping through. And when a particularly powerful gust comes through, you can see the cloaks of your traveling companions kind of flutter and flick up a little bit. People turn their heads to make sure that the kind of dirt and dust doesn't get in their eyes. And between that and what may be distant flashes of dry lightning, the sky kind of flashing a little bit, it seems the grove itself is kind of resisting as you push forward. But you cling to the hope that the information the Acqly elves gave you is accurate. That after the river bends east, you'll be putting distance between yourselves and the Tempests. A few hours later.
Do we see an increase in wildlife as we're walking through?
Not yet, no. A few hours later, before the Telltale Bend, you see another group coming up of what seems like travelers. Their horses tied up by the side of the path along the river. It looks like 5 people, and they're huddled in a circle, with a couple of them holding up a blanket or a bedroll. A third is attempting to light a fire with flint and steel. The flash of light from the spark is produced a couple of times, but you can see they're having a hard time kind of getting it lit with the wind coming through. It looks like they're bundled up with kind of heavy cloaks. But the closer you get, the more you have this sense of familiarity in the back of your mind. After successfully igniting the pile of dry twigs, a couple of them sit, and you get a good look at an elf that you spoke with on the road during your approach to Tuktu. The same one that, along with his companions, was greatly disappointed that you'd already snagged the chest that had been stolen by the Dryads in the Chiikte Woods, sort of group of likewise bounty hunters, contract seekers. They seem to be in good spirits. They seem to be kind of settling down for a meal. You can see a couple of them untie fishing rods from their horses, and they kind of march over to the river. And you can see them kind of scouting for a spot in the river. And the other ones sitting around. A couple of them are kind of holding up cloth and cloaks to keep the fire from sort of being blown out by the wind. And you guys continue to approach it. You see this. It's a little ways off. They haven't spotted you yet.
It's going to get awkward.
Our old friends.
I don't know if I'd call them friends, Graven.
You're not worried, are you, that they're after the same bounty?
I doubt it.
Okay. Just asking.
I would...
Oh. That one.
We're also still quite far away from that. Significantly far away from that.
Just figured it was a coincidence to see them on the road north.
They're bounty hunters, as are we.
No, well,
Let's
are
just
we?
stay the course.
As are we.
Be nice.
I'm gonna ride.
What time is it at this point?
It's getting into like the early afternoon. Okay. I mean, yeah, you guys have only been traveling since the morning for a few hours. So yeah, it's getting into the early 2 o'clock. Something.
Let's just keep moving and not
You don't want
draw
to say hello.
attention to ourselves.
I mean, you will be passing right by. This path isn't that
Polite
wide.
wave,
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll recognize each other. Probably don't ask them about any bounties. They may take that as a threat.
How about we just say hi?
Well, it's just
walking
like,
past
they
on
might
the
take a
horse.
threat, we might kill them, they might be dead. Letting it spiral out of control.
Casual, real casual love.
I agree.
Okay.
Don't look at them as they pass.
Real casual like.
So just as we
Start to
approach,
You guys start to run.
if any of them see me, I'll give them a friendly wave.
As you guys are approaching, I mean, the path is decently open.
Hold an action, my wave action.
You see a couple of them look up, and one of them kind of, the main elf that you spoke to on the road, sort of takes a look. And the first, he sees Erland briefly, but he kind of looks past him and sees Graven, who stands out a little more from a distance. And you can see him kind of smile a little bit, and he nudges one of the people to his side. And you guys get a little closer. Oh, now please don't tell me you followed us all the way to the Acqly Grove just to steal another one of our contracts. And there's a little bit of giggling from the other.
Oh no, we certainly hope not.
You got us. You got us.
Can Orba have her robe? She's holding the rein of her horse. Can she have her
Say no,
robe
keep going.
pulled down over her wrists just in case they would recognize the cuffs?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, keep your mouths shut, everyone. Don't let them know why you were here. Otherwise, they might take it out from under us.
Just riding past.
What brings you north? Good to see you again.
Good to see you. We're traveling north.
Looking to spend some of that not-so-hard-earned gold on the famous hospitality of the Acqly Elves.
Oh, you know, if we're lucky.
Would you like to sit?
We're, you know,
All right. Thank you.
trying to make as much headway as we can. But cheers.
If you say so. Alright. And at this point, you see one of his companions kind of lean over to him and sort of gives him a very light nudge and looks at Orba. And then he looks back and whispers something to him. You see him kind of lean forward a little bit. Erland and who's riding behind Erland?
Oh, God.
Give me perception checks.
Come on, baby. 14.
12.
Eyes.
Erland is able to pick up a little bit of what he whispers back to the other person. They already got the tieflings, remember?
I'm gonna, seeing that, I'm gonna give Erland like a.
I'm just gonna nod to Graven, smile.
Well, hope we see you along the path then, huh?
Best of luck. Safe travels.
And he goes back. And they start to eat.
I'll
Get
try
out
to.
of-
I'll
yeah,
get
you-
right up to Erland and.
Are we significant? Are we enough out of range here where we can have
Certainly could have a
can whisper,
conversation.
yeah.
I mean,
Not whisper, but just,
again, the rivers make quite a bit of noise. As
Yeah.
soon as you're
Yeah.
50 or more feet away, they can't hear what you're saying to each other.
Did you catch that between them?
I'm gonna sort of look over my shoulder to Orba and signal that she should ride up with us a little bit.
You saw them look at you, but you definitely did not hear what they said.
Oh. Catch up?
You told us that Jillian hired 2 actors, yeah?
Yes.
I'm gonna kind of like move up a little bit too. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of
Well,
it. She
signal-
sees everyone.
I'll hold up the back. Whatever they.
Orba's gonna signal everybody fucking come to the front.
If you're all like you can
Yeah.
do 3 and 2, and if you're all
Yeah.
talking,
Okay,
you know,
yeah. I'm not trying to say this quiet. Like,
Yeah,
certainly not so the guys can hear us in the
yeah,
back.
you
but,
were
like, yeah.
well away from them. Yeah.
Well, it looks like Jillian's ploy to hire some tiefling actors has worked swimmingly.
Oh, really?
What do you mean?
One of the bounty hunters whispered in the ear of the other one seemed to be interested in perhaps collecting.
Don't.
I kind of like look back for a second.
They were just eating, smiling.
Looked like they were interested in collecting the bounty on the escaped servants, and he whispered back that both the tieflings had already been captured.
Yeah.
So Jillian's plan worked.
So I guess she's definitely bought you time, but did
Not
she say
much.
how much?
I can't imagine it would be more than a week or two
How
before
many
they
more-
figure it out. And I'm sure if we run into them again and that
Well,
news
but
has hit them.
In the future, if we see someone, especially a party like this that looks like maybe a group of bounty hunters, I think you should disguise yourself.
Okay. You're not wrong.
Or
Let's just...
I mean, it's not worth it. It's not worth taking the risk and and hoping, crossing our fingers and hoping that she still has more time. As soon as they find out that those tieflings are actors and we don't know how long that scheme is going to last, then she's in some serious danger. And we don't necessarily want to have to take on every group of bounty hunters that we have to pass by on the road.
Or pass off anything you may have that could identify you.
No, she's a tiefling and she's a young girl. You fit the description. I think there's enough
plenty of
reason to
young
not want to have
tiefling-
a walk by.
There's plenty of young tiefling women on the continent. I believe that
Not
she could
necessarily
be
on the road traveling in a party.
identified by
I don't
something
think it's worth
specific.
fighting about.
I mean, just as Graven also was the one who heard the contracts at the Broken Crown Station, and the descriptions were quite vague. The best identifiers were items. I mean, they each had items in their possession. It did not have descriptions other than their race of like.
And it didn't. I don't even think it matched them to the item, did it?
It did
No,
not.
it didn't match them to that.
It did
It
not.
was like a
yeah.
list of items.
No,
and a
it
list
just
of
said keep an
races.
eye
There
out
was
for
also
these
only
people with
4
these.
items and 5 servants,
Yes,
if my memory
that's
serves.
also true. Yes.
All right,
The descriptions were vague.
We should drop it. You seem safe for now, tiefling.
Okay, thank you, Erland.
All right. You guys ride on. You ride on, and with a rough estimation of how long you've been traveling since you rose in the morning, you'd expect to be approaching the bend in the river quite soon. It's difficult, however, to gauge the passing of time by the sun, which has gone into hiding behind clouds so opaque and gray that they start to look like a marble ceiling overhead, sort of trails of gray and white mixed in among the treetops. Cracks of thunder are frequent and close enough that it seems to rattle your ribcage as you ride on. And you're surprised that it hasn't yet been accompanied by a deluge of rain. It's mostly still dry at this point. The noises put your experience in handling horses to the test. They're kind of regularly spooked by the lightning, and you have to carefully guide them back, calm them. As of now, it doesn't cause such a sort of disarray that you have to, be too careful, but keeping an eye on. You also notice that the makeup of the trees is beginning to change. Mixed in are thinner trunks that are greater in number, with spiderwebbing branches that fan out and kind of mingle with their neighbors. Their bark is also less rugged, not your typical craggy brown, but instead a smooth or film-like quality that looks like they've been wrapped in almost coppery red ribbons. Though he can't recall if he's actually seen them up close before, Graven has certainly heard of these as the dominant strain of what is considered the actual Acqly Grove. From inside the forest boundary, is harder to discern, but these reddish trees, they grow much taller than the surrounding species. And having traveled through Antisuyu quite a bit, you remember that if you look east from the hills of Middlemark Savannah, you can see the sort of reddish tuft of trees above the tree line of the other trees. And that's what sort of denotes the true Acqly Grove, is the area where these trees grow. And as you ride on, the thunder continues. Flashes of light. No wet yet. You continue to ride carefully, water picking up even more. As you guys move on, you have a moment here as you continue to ride.
This is the grove.
Kidding about the storm.
Path should take us enough away from it. Shouldn't be in any danger.
And these reddish trees also are much more plentiful on the other side of the river, which is of course consistent with the map as the sort of region, the true region of the Acqly Forest on the other side of the river.
Once we get off the river path is when we'll likely need the assistance of rangers or people familiar with the continent. It might be more difficult once we get into the grove than it is right now.
Yeah.
And that's what the map maker suggested is where people often lose time, is when they're in the grove, you can get lost quite easily.
Okay.
Well, maybe that would be a good time to speak to any animal friends if they
you're
could
right.
get vision of
I'm
that.
happy to ride up, and I'm kind of gonna.
We should, well, not right now. Once we're in the grove, let's see if there are any. These are settlements we're learning. There are some, so let's see if there We do know that there are signposts, so we will at the very least be able to orient ourselves based on the signposts. So, not yet, but just a word of warning.
Yeah.
Orba's also gonna wrap. She has one of those harvesting hoods in her bag. She's gonna wrap her page and her actual spellbook, her original one, in that indoor bag just for some extra water protection.
Yeah, sure. It is not raining yet, but yes, in sort of anticipation of that possibility, sure.
Can I, given that the river bends, I can't see the other side of the
No,
river.
because again, the trees is quite thick off of the path, so I mean, you can see a little bit in. You can't see the river in that sort of diagonal direction yet. Cool. You guys continue to ride. And a little bit further, and the path is indeed beginning to bend. You have started a sort of slow right-hand turn. It's a right angle.
Yeah.
Sort of slow, easy bend to the right. And another kind of thunderous crack of thunders are... And after it comes through, a big flash of lightning that lights the whole area. And there's a little bit of rumbling and thumping heard coming from the east in the woods.
Oh no.
And following it, a kind of cacophony of snapping twigs.
Oh, that's good.
And the party sees emerging from the trees a herd of elk that are all barreling out of the woods toward the path and toward the river. Perhaps 24, maybe more of them.
On our side or on the opposite?
On your side, heading toward the river. And they're making quickly out of the woods. I need people to make animal handling checks for me.
Oh no.
Shit.
I control my little buddy here. 14.
14, natural 20.
12.
19.
Natural 20.
As the elk kind of pour through,
Good job.
you hear and see them coming just early enough that you're able to kind of maneuver yourself. You make sure the horses are kind of parallel to them to give them enough space to pass through you. And they tear through with this kind of, not manic, but very focused intensity in their eyes. It's coming out of the forest. And they immediately go into the river. And they start to swim.
No similarities in terms of condition to the elk that we saw
Blind.
Oh,
a few days ago.
That was an antelope. Yes, definitely not. No, yes. No, they look...
So definitely not.
Other than to just kind of focus on where they're going, there doesn't seem to be anything physically wrong with them.
Sorry, they're going towards the grove?
Yes.
Ah.
They're being cold.
They're running sort of from that area between the bend, toward Des. They dive into the river, and they start to swim. And you can see the water kind of crashing up over them, but they're very good swimmers. They continue to swim. And after that, there's another kind of quiet, as it seems like they reach the other side and move their way toward the grove.
Can we see, if we look into the forest, can we see anything that perhaps could have startled them? Or?
To the forest or the other side?
What they were running away
That
from.
seems-
Give me a perception check.
They don't seem startled though, do they?
It seemed like they were running away.
Well, they were running.
They said he said focus.
Let them be.
You look on the other side of the river then.
Go ahead.
It's a dirty 20 on the perception.
They did not seem like they were running from something in particular. It seemed like they kind of were running to something.
Can I see what they're running to on the other side?
I mean, you can see the trees on the other side. It's very dark between the trees on the side that you know is possibly part of Des.
Okay.
You can see the sort of flashes of light coming from between them. It kind of seems like they're running into the storm, as it were.
This could perhaps be what we were warned of. The animals being attracted to the elementals of some sort, she said.
Fascinating.
As just in general as a ranger, have I ever seen anything like this before?
I mean, you've certainly never dealt with anything like these tempests before, so
no.
not really. I mean, you've seen herds of animals,
Running towards something?
I guess not like that.
That's really weird.
Yes, I mean, I guess it does seem odd, especially running into something that looks
looks
dangerous.
like scary,
but
yeah.
to them, maybe not.
Well, she did say that this is common,
It's
so...
truly bizarre.
Well, I would also say if we end up resting at any point in one of these areas, we need to be extra careful of our horses.
Yes, tie them up securely as well.
Yeah. Okay.
There's another crack of thunder. Another flash of light. And after that, overhead coming through the trees, a flock of birds. They quickly move from the forest all the way to the other side.
Safira?
And disappear into the dark.
Can you get any thoughts from these or words?
Do you want me to?
The birds flew very quickly. I'm going to say that you didn't quickly, to sort of have a conversation and then try. They're already out of sight. You can keep an eye out for additional animals, yes. But,
I'll cast the spell, and if anything else happens, then I'll see if I can get anything. And I'm going to take a second to cast Talk to Animals, Speak with Animals.
What's the duration?
Yeah, I was going to say, how long does that last?
It's not long. It's 10 minutes.
Okay. I mean, between the elk pouring through and the birds, that was only a couple minutes.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
so yeah.
Also, Anti-Suyuans, are there any larger creatures that we might be getting trampled by as this happens?
Certainly are larger creatures. I don't know about around here.
Give me a nature check. Beezaura has not been through the Acqly Grove at all, or isn't familiar with it. But
Nature, you said?
Yeah, give me a nature check.
17.
17. There is a type of bear called copperclaw bears that are native to the Acqly Woods, and they're sort of revered among the Acqly. They're considered sort of they only reside here, so they're sort of proud of the sort of animal culture of the copperclaw bears.
Perhaps copperclaw bears.
Oh.
Dangerous, territorial like owl bears? Or?
Like grizzlies, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
the thing that I've noticed, and I could be entirely wrong, but both of those groups of animals, the birds and the elk that just came through, they seemed focused, and it seemed like they were all running towards the storm. They didn't pay us any mind. If we stay out of their way, they might not notice us.
That's great. I just didn't want to get stepped on by something big that I didn't know existed.
Running carefully, yeah.
Alright, you guys continue, right? And finally, after another sort of thoroughly tense, maybe hour or so of keeping the horses calm, your wits about you. Sorry. You feel the river begin to swing to the right, gradually at first. On the opposite bank, the spaces between these reddish bark trees are so dark it feels almost as if the clouds are forming between them. You certainly can't see sort of deep into the forest on the other side. The ground on that side is also visibly damp, and not just kind of from the natural spray of the river moving, glistening along the grass and pooling in some sort of rock crevices. It looks like maybe some passing rainfall, although you did not experience it. In an instant, the area around you lights up once more, sending your eyes kind of scrambling to adjust as it seems like it's emanating from the other side. And you hear another deafening crack.
Now, hearing the light, can I cast Speak with Animals?
You may.
Because I know that might happen again.
You
I'm
may.
wasting all my spells.
Empty the tank.
Empty that tank.
Whatever. Alright.
And there's this kind of popping sound that comes with the flash of lightning. It's followed by more snapping. And a tree on the other side starts to fall over the river and towards you guys. I need Erland and Graven to make animal handling checks as the two in the front.
7.
11.
11. As the two of you are riding in front, the tree comes down surprisingly quickly, and you pull at the horses, and some of the passing branches do kind of smack you in the way. You just take 2 bludgeoning damage each, as you're able to pull the horse away, but the branches kind of, you get smacked by a couple of them.
Okay, the
Do
horses.
I get I chose bludgeoning overnight. Do I get resistance to that?
You do.
Alright, so I get
1 bludgeoning damage instead.
Make the roll, though.
and I roll.
I know.
Does it say creature attack, out of curiosity?
That's a good question.
Because it's not, it's environmental.
Just damage type.
Okay.
So
Then-
you have resistance
Yep.
to that damage type
There you
as
go.
long as you're wielding the shield.
Okay.
And the
What?
I should go on. And the
should
source
finish
of the
reading.
damage is a creature's ability, spell, or attack, not an environmental.
That 1 damage.
Well, I did
back.
forget what I wrote, but I thought there might be something.
She gets to keep
So you take the full
I keep
2
it to
damage, but you do get to keep the resistance to bludgeoning damage. So yeah, it's just a couple of branches that come by on the way and kind of smack you guys as you sort of yank the horses away from the falling tree. So this tree falls across the river.
Be careful, everyone.
And with that, you hear a little more scurrying. And a number of raccoons sort of come out from the woods, and they start to head towards the tree, and they kind of hop up onto it, and they're using it as a little bridge to get across the river.
That's what draws them. Where are they
Out to
going?
them. Where are you going?
And one of them kind of stops and looks up at you, and you just hear him respond something very quickly. The Tempest's call. We answer. A new warden will be chosen.
What does that mean?
That was cool.
And so I'm gonna kind of turn it.
This is Pocahontas.
So you saw his sphere go down, and it's kind of like...
What is it?
It says the Tempest's call and that a new warden is being selected.
Are there
at some
any
kind
others
of
still around? Are there-
ceremony? I
The
don't know.
raccoons all kind of
gone.
Oh,
very quick.
Warden?
Just get
A new warden. I don't know what that
Nobody
means.
said what.
A new warden to what? I don't even know.
Maybe an animal warden.
I mean,
Maybe
I'm
they
imagining a warden to nature of some kind, a warden to the forest, a warden.
Is it like a head tempest?
Yes, that's what I'm wondering.
But a warden among the tempests or among the
Yes,
animals?
like a king.
Like someone who rules the tempest.
I mean, warden is someone who keeps, not necessarily someone who rolls. It's someone who rules. It's someone who protects. So it might, yes, be a leader of sorts, but it does mean that
They're choosing the protector of some kind?
Seems it.
Well, whatever it is, let's hope that stays in death.
I mean, I think honestly, as long as we can keep on the track of making sure that the animals are running the opposite direction that we're going, I think we should be okay.
Another flash of light. And this time you hear a little among the leaves, and slithering out are a bunch of snakes. And they make their way immediately for the tree, and they slither up onto the branches.
Stop one of the snakes.
You can talk to one of them, yeah. Unless you're grabbing one. Are you grabbing
What's
one?
a word?
Okay.
That's rude. Where is it?
Yes, you can say something to them. Yes.
I'm gonna. Who's the warden?
And one of them kind of gets up a little bit and looks towards you. A new one will be chosen. I hope it's a snake.
Oh, okay.
Slithers away.
So, the snake said that a new one's going to be chosen, so that information has been confirmed, I suppose, and that it wishes that it could be a snake, so I guess the warden can be an animal.
A warden among the animals,
If
yes.
you get to see another creature, ask what perhaps the responsibilities of the warden are. He's a warden.
No. Ask what the current warden was, the warden before.
Who's the warden now? That's what we should know?
Yes, the previous warden. What type of animal was it?
Okay.
Don't we want to know what they do? More than what kind of animal it is.
I don't know.
I think these are very simple answers that we're going to get.
They give you a little. I mean, both times they didn't
I
stop
see
to
what
have
you
a
mean.
conversation. They just go and moved along.
What are the exact responsibilities?
Are the snakes like still
How does one become a warden? Okay.
How many years experience?
I'd like to know if that's
I'm applying to be the warden. Should be late for my interview.
Snake with a little tie.
Top 3 things you want to see in your next warden. Go.
Oh my god, that is cute.
Halflings are tie.
Is there like another snake that's like scurrying along? Or
They
did I
kind of
miss
moved
them
up
all?
onto the tree
Okay.
already. Yeah. So you guys are still at the spot where the tree fell. Are you continuing on?
Perhaps we wait just one
Should
more
we
moment.
wait or do we want to continue?
At least for another 5 minutes until you'll.
How much do we care about getting this
Elends.
question answered?
It's 5 minutes.
We're
just
going in
wait.
the opposite direction. Isn't it best we keep going?
I think as much information as we have before we enter the grove for 5. How much longer does your spell last?
Another. I mean, I don't know.
Another
how much
5
time
minutes
is-
or something.
I think 5 minutes is worth it to know more about what we're heading into.
That might be true. I hope so.
We'll wait for one more animal passing. If nothing comes, we're going.
5 minutes, that's it, yes.
Another roll of thunder. Flash of light. There's a moment, and then a little bit of scurrying. And a number of kind of varying rodents kind of come out. You see some kind of rats, a few other sort of muskrats and things moving along toward the tree again to
I'm
make
gonna
their way
stop
across.
one of the rats. What does the warden do?
That was the wrong question.
No, that was not.
That was the one I wanted.
It's given great power.
It just says it. They're not very
She's like, these
useful.
animals are fucking useless.
Did you
He
ask
said-
what the previous warden was?
No, sorry. I think it's more useful if we know what they do. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe not, but
Another minute or two, and then maybe ask what
I
the
mean,
current warden is.
they said basically that they were given tremendous power, but I have no idea what that means. Obviously,
Obviously, the one has power.
I mean, it's a mouse, to be fair. So
You're doing great.
Safira's waiting.
Like, guys, I'm doing the best I can. It's a bunch of rats. The time goes by and your spell expires before another sort of flash and group of animals comes.
I mean, I'm spent. That's as much as I can do. I'm sorry.
Does that log lead into Des?
Yes,
Okay.
over the river into
Alright,
death.
So then
Yes.
I'm gonna get the horse
Navigate
going
around
along,
it, yeah.
around, and then continue along the
It's
path.
following Erland around the tree, continuing along the path.
Over the river and into
my
death.
God.
It's fine. I was trying to keep
Warden's
that
house
private,
we
and then you
go.
asked me to do it again.
I would have liked to.
Give me a perception check as you lead.
16.
16. As you've moved around the tree and now come back to the river to make sure that you follow the bend properly, you look to the other side, and it does look like you see a couple of the signs that the Acqly elf spoke of. There's this sort of long wooden pole, and then an iron-banded box at the top. And the box has a glass panel on one side. And inside is a large piece of parchment with a big red splotch on it. So it seems like, and the whole contraption is kind of tied to one of the tree trunks to keep it from, falling over in the wind or whatever.
Right, so that's to signify if you're coming from Issy, that you're heading into Des and you shouldn't go there because it's been...
Yes, okay, because that is where the Tempests...
I'm going to just point that out to the group. These are the signposts we're looking for as we ride through the grove.
Okay.
Thank you.
The red marking indicates that that's where the Tempest is. As we head into other signposts, I believe they said the signs would be green. Or something. Yeah. As we head into other groves, other sort of areas of the grove, we'll see green markings. So we'll at least know when we're leaving a grove into another one.
All right.
Should we keep going?
Yes.
Yeah, keep riding around.
You guys ride on. And after rounding the bend in the Acqly River, follow it downstream to the east. You couldn't be more thrilled that the winds are no longer blowing directly in your face. So the winds were kind of blowing south, so the further you bent to the east, the less it was kind of blowing directly into your face. And now as you're moving to the east, it's kind of to your side, off your back a little bit. And they're also dying down a little bit. The weather certainly hasn't cleared, but the redness on your cheeks is beginning to fade, and the rumbling is merely heard rather than sort of felt as you were close enough to hear the strikes. Another hour goes by, and the river widens, but it also slows a bit. Once again, it becomes clear enough to see down to the riverbed, and you keep your eyes peeled for one more route that'll lead you over the water and into the easty portion of the Acqly Grove. Already you can see that the other side is no longer a mix of trees. It's almost entirely made up of these reddish, banded Acqly trees. And you ready yourselves to pass into the grove itself. Another landmark hit on the way to Navikapur. Continue to ride. You have a moment here as you're riding along the river. The weather is getting a little better. It's not quite as windy. The sky is clearing up a little bit, enough that some of the sunlight peeks through just a bit.
Yes?
How's everybody feeling?
Confused. Why? I just a warden and it's an animal and they're running towards the storm? Why?
I don't know.
It's weird. It's really, truly some of the strangest things I've ever seen. It's really odd.
I agree.
Well, perhaps there seems to be great magic in this forest, and the sort of heavy concentration of it is, I suppose, where the spirits and animals of the forest convene and select a leader. And hopefully that means we avoid the whole thing entirely if we proceed through this quickly.
I do wonder if a new warden is chosen at the change of every squall, or if this is a once-in-a-generation type thing.
I mean, if the elves told us that they were, this happened seemingly at every storm.
But not the increase of...
Not any
No,
talk.
but the
No,
animal
the increase
presence.
in wildlife.
yes.
So it's
Yes.
presuming that the increase in wildlife is this warden ceremony thing.
Possibly, but if it's a big deal and they select a warden while we're in the grove, I really hope it doesn't affect the outer groves.
Well,
I mean, I almost have a difficult time imagining that it wouldn't, but I suppose I can be hopeful.
I wonder if they pick a new warden, they change the direction of the...
What would be next?
No, the direction of the squalls has remained consistent for
Seemed to imply that it had been that for quite a long
centuries.
time.
So it is, where it's heading next is where we're heading, but
Okay.
in theory that shouldn't be for another 90 days.
Hopefully we make it out by then.
Yes.
Hopefully the previous species of warden will not feel slighted or anything, and
I mean,
Quickly and quietly through the grove. Carefully.
If there's any library in the Vikapura, I'd be very curious if they have any information on these tempests.
I would almost hesitate if we run into any more of these Acqly elves again. I would be hesitant to ask them anything about this.
Yes, I agree.
They seem strange and
strange
want
and
to keep to
insular
themselves.
community.
Yes.
Yeah.
And since they didn't mention it before,
Exactly.
Yes,
I
fine
think
by me.
the less we know or the less we
inquire
presume
about.
to know, the better. Directions only, perhaps.
Okay, fine by me.
Let's keep going.
Alright, continues. We'll say that somewhere along this way you probably wanted to eat, if not short rest. So everyone give me a survival check.
Nat 20.
Wow.
Anyone who got above a 10 will say you were able to forage for some food and don't have to use a ration.
I found a feast.
Yeah.
Does her nat 20 give me any food?
No.
Very hungry.
Erland's like looking at Orba's giant meal while he eats his ration.
Also, I took
It wasn't
away-
even meat, berries and things like you were foraging.
Who shared the stuff that you found this morning? I took away a ration.
So
I shared it with...
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I did
so
Zara.
here's another
So
one.
anyone who rolled above a 10, you did not have to use a ration.
I got that.
That was a short rest.
A couple more hours pass. And you're satisfied that the slowly darkening sky is this time the result of the setting sun. And it's at this early evening juncture that you see some signs of intelligent life. There's a bridge coming up.
So I wanted to also roll my.
Oh, yeah.
If we were doing a short rest.
Oh, I didn't know if you were doing
Oh.
a rest.
Oh, I thought we were.
I said you could
said,
grab
yeah.
something to eat. That's not
Oh,
necessarily
never
a short
mind. Never
rest.
mind then. Never mind.
Yeah, I want to give him.
I want to do my breathing exercises if everyone was taking a second.
Oh gosh.
He's very grumpy.
There's a bridge coming up. That is, once again, nearly identical in its design to the first two that you saw. But it has a small, temporary-looking settlement on the other side. Tents of varying sizes made of stretched animal hides, a couple plumes of smoke from fire pits, and a number of inhabitants that look to be Acqly elves. As you get closer, you see that the hide tents have also been painted, sort of white and purple outlines around the spots and coloration on the animal skins, highlighting the markings rather than hiding them. It does look like this is more than just kind of a one-night encampment. The fire pits are dug out and they're lined with stone, making it safe to stoke a larger flame for people to gather around. There's mud and heavy stakes being used to anchor down the larger tents, and a couple of troughs have been set up to allow for easy feeding of the horses. So this is on the other side of the bridge, and this would be theoretically passing into EC as you pass across the river. You guys are coming up on the bridge right now.
Would we feel we're far enough away?
Yeah, you haven't crossed the bridge yet.
Would we feel comfortable setting up camp here? Would we prefer to be alone with watchers?
Literally just because of the encounter that we had with bounty hunters on the road a second ago. I mean, I know you might have some more time, but I do think we should be careful. And we just also had our stuff stolen, granted not by people, but still.
Sorry, so is that an argument for making camp near them?
Right.
It seems like it is.
No, I mean, I think we have to pass through here anyway, so we should suss it out at least, and I think try to make camp somewhat far away from people. I don't think we should try to make...
Oh.
I think for the reasons you said, we should stay close to them.
Yeah, I thought you were making the argument for the opposite, to be honest.
Because if anybody came upon us,
We would have help.
well, we would...
Well,
Hopefully.
but that's what I'm saying, is that I don't know that we can count on other people as being necessarily,
Do you know
helpful.
the Acqly elves to be confrontational?
Not necessarily. I mean, no. There's other cultures that mingle with the Acqly elves. They're not like super insular, like in that way that they would.
I don't know if they would feel the need to jump to...
Steal things from us.
No, I meant jump to save us, but... If they saw somebody attacked without reason, perhaps we could convince them to join us, yes.
So perhaps we can ask if we'd like to sleep here then.
Okay.
Would anybody be against me?
Yes.
Hold on. Only showing them this.
Yes. I'm still
Look,
against it.
it's their map, probably. Even if you only showed them, I don't know, the corner of it, they know probably what's on there.
We're going to ride along the border.
I'd like to know what to look for. This is a tree with hands.
Well, we asked them already, and they didn't seem
I
keen
didn't
on
show
giving us
them
any
that. I only
information.
showed
Part
them
of it.
I only showed them this.
But didn't they look at each other quizzically?
They look all over the place quizzically.
The emotion was hard to read.
Yeah.
They weren't
They're
like.
very quizzical.
But we're assuming, obviously, that they are the craftsmen of this map. I mean, it's their direction, whatever system that they're citing at the bottom of it. It's a tree. It seems, doesn't it? I mean, I would argue that it's probably theirs. So even just showing them a small portion of it, they probably know what it is, right?
If you want to
So if you
inquire
don't want
about
to
the
be-
tree, perhaps the tiefling could try and recreate a drawing of it so that it's in her hand rather than in the hand of the map. But I would even still argue that
they would know.
They would know what we're looking for.
And I think we don't know.
Maybe, and I think that risk is high enough that we should...
We just don't know how they take to it. We don't know how they take to it. Say they do have a soul shelter set up there and they don't want us in it. Well, I think we're going to want to bust our way in. So, you know, we're not making friends fast. But
Fine. Just a suggestion.
Hopefully the picture is detailed enough that if we see it, we know that's it.
Does that tree look anything like what we're seeing around here, or does it look...
Again,
like there's
it's a drawing of a
right,
tree.
but there's...
It's-
Oh, right, yeah.
Maybe.
sad.
So I'm going to proceed along the bridge towards
So the bridge is probably wide enough for 2 people to ride. Who's kind of riding in front here? Erland and, and Graven.
Nah.
Okay, great. And again, you're sort of hooves along the river, trickling underneath.
Did you say there were little buildings there as well, like tents?
There's a number of tents.
Tents,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Some larger, some smaller, but yes, a number of tents. You start to... And you can see a couple of the elves who, a lot of them seem to be just kind of going about the business. There's a few around the fire that seem to be kind of cooking some food over the fire, some fish. There's a couple other ones that seem to be kind of tying their tents off on the ground to the stakes. And as you guys get close to the other side, you see one of the Acqly elves kind of stand up and look at Erland and Graven. And he starts to walk towards you.
We'll stop the horses.
And he walks towards you very quickly. And he reaches down to his belt. It looks like he's reaching down into his pocket or some kind of pouch. And he pulls something out and very
Friends
quickly...
just traveling through.
Plamba fruit?
Thank you.
1 silver and a full meal.
Oh. I'm... Okay.
Oh no.
Do we... All right, thank you.
Oh gosh.
Now give him a silver.
Sure. He gives you the whole.
He got you. Yeah, he really did.
Plamba fruit? Anyone?
I'll take one.
And he reaches into his little pouch.
A silver, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
You say and a full meal?
That one of them is a full meal.
Yes,
They're a very
and
hearty
full meal.
fruit. Yeah,
Okay.
that like one of them is filling enough for a meal. Yeah. Plamba.
How many gold or silver is it? 10?
10. Yeah, it's just 10.
Do I recognize these as having any kind of properties?
No, in fact, Plamba fruits are decently common.
Oh, okay.
They're a very filling sort of hearty fruit that's common in some of those sort of more denser forested areas.
And the seed is worth.
Yeah, not all Plamba fruits have a seed in them, but the seeds of them.
Oh, interesting.
Are you eating your Plamba fruits now?
So is it a...
Is he like staring at me expectantly to eat it? then no. Yeah, I thought I was like making sure it wasn't like some sort of ritual he wanted me to.
He does not seem to be
poison.
waiting
Okay,
for you.
I'll take the. I'll just put it in my
just
bag.
a merchant.
Sorry, so does every plumber fruit have a chance of having an expensive seed inside?
Yes, it does.
I will say
Oh, so now someone wants a plamba fruit.
plumber fruit.
Silver. And he looks at the 2 that haven't taken.
I'll take one, sir.
And he seems like very excited that people.
Safira kind of realizing that she's the last one, pulls reaches into her. Thank
He
you.
takes the 5 silver.
Thank you.
Do you mind if we camp near here, in this area this evening?
Please.
Do you set up watches at night or?
There might be people awake. Your presence is a gift.
Thank you. Is there any place where we should set up where we're not in the way, or?
Whatever you like.
What is this settlement? Why are you gathered here?
We just moved out of Des from the storm.
Understandable.
Well, thank you for the fruit. I look forward to eating it.
Thank you.
And he turns away. And as he kind of turns away,
Oh gosh.
you hear a little bit of chuckling coming from off to the side. You look over, and there's a guy it looks like he has a tent behind him, and he's sitting on a log, and it looks like he's in the middle of sort of skinning or sort of carving maybe a rabbit that he sort of hunted. A human man. As far as you can tell, the only non-Acqly elf here. He has shaggy, short brown hair and a full beard of the same black color. Perhaps in his late 30s. He has on a fairly fine tunic.
Get out.
It has an embroidered purple trim along the neck and the waist and the cuffs. It doesn't look like lavish or expensive, but like fairly nice. It looks like a pretty, like, not sort of a basic tunic.
Is purple one of the broken crown colors?
It was purple and black. It does not look like a broken crown that you've seen.
Suspicious.
And sitting next to him, sort of propped up on a log, is a set of leather armor and a very warm-looking kind of raccoon skin hat that he seems to have fashioned.
Davy Crockett.
And again, he looks like he's kind of finishing up, kind of skinning an animal. He's sort of wiping off a knife that he had, a very small sort of carving knife. And you can see him kind of watch that exchange take place and kind of...
Sorry, were we not supposed to take...
You can go over to him. He's not right next to you. You'd be yelling over
Yeah, I'm gonna get off my... Are we set? Are we
You're
staying?
on the other side of the bridge.
I'm gonna get off... Or I'm gonna ride over or whatever.
Sure, we'll throw the river right towards him.
I mean, you might want to get over it just because, like, now you're weaving
Yeah.
between sort of tents and
Let's
things.
all be nice.
I'll sort of take anyone's horse who's going over there and start tying it up near the trough, like really securing.
So
them.
who's walking over to him? Safira and Beezaura? Sure, the two of you walk over.
Oh, goodness.
And he kind of smiles as you
was gonna
approach. And before you even get there, he kind of points over at the elf that you just had an exchange with, that you bought the fruit from. He points to him.
William always tries to be the first to sell something when travelers pass through.
Do you ever try to sell things?
Oh, he was successful. Were we not supposed to take the fruit? Is there something wrong with it?
No, the fruit is fine.
Did he ever charge us?
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the fruit. It's just funny. The
Where are you
Acqly elves
from?
are a funny bunch.
You know them well.
We've noticed that.
Yes, I travel with them.
Oh,
Dawdling, nice to meet you.
Safira.
Sorry.
Stumbling over each other with this guy.
As the Acqly elves say, your presence is a gift.
Oh,
What brings you to the grove?
Just traveling north.
why do they keep saying that? It's weird. What is your presence is a gift? The constant why?
I think that the elves welcome travelers to come through. They like to swap stories if you're willing to sit with them. Not many do because they scare them with their lack of emotion.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird. It is admittedly odd. Yeah, it's strange.
And you're friends with them.
Yes, found my place here among the elves. Wouldn't say they love having me around,
Why
but
not?
sometimes just tolerance does. Why not?
Is it your, I don't know, human emotions? What is it that they don't like about you?
No, as you may have seen, it's hard to tell if they like or dislike.
Well, they offered me fruit, so, you know.
This is true.
How long have you been traveling with them?
They have a name for me. Pat Wall.
And you recognize this is an elven... It literally translates to bad good. Pat Wall. Bad good.
It translates to bad good, but it is because I am a necessary evil for them.
Why is that?
Yeah.
There is a kind of bear in the Acqly Grove called a copperclaw. These animals are sacred to the elves. It is forbidden for an elf to hunt these. But they are simple bears, and they do not always return this favor of pacifism. So, if a camp or settlement is attacked by a copperclaw, it's good to have someone like me around who can kill them respectfully, but not in a way that dishonors the elves.
How do you kill them respectfully?
Try not to be cruel. Use every part of the bear, the fur, the meat.
Fair enough.
Well, where were you traveling when you stumbled upon the elves?
I've been here for almost 10 years now.
Wow. Where
But
you
traveling around and not one specific settlement, it suits me.
From? Where are you from originally?
From down south, from Chup. Before that, Nolan's was, if you can. So you said you're traveling north?
I mean, yeah, that's the plan.
Anything in particular?
You don't know anything about, and can I describe, we're out taking the Acqly Grove Road, that's what
that's what they meant.
You wouldn't have any, we're travelling up, generally the Acqly Grove Road, you wouldn't have any pointers for, if we run into, I don't know, I've never taken that path before.
Yes, well, usually that takes you through the West Channel, what they call the West Channel, which is this, which right now you may know is a little wet.
Yeah, we kind of passed by it on our way through to here. It was odd. There were animals running towards the storm.
Yes, it draws the attention of the animals. Curious. Always has.
They're curious? It seemed like something more than curiosity to me.
I don't know. I don't know the magic of the grove. I've never seen a tempest. There are those who have.
You've never seen the tempest and you've been here 10 years.
No one gets close enough unless they wish to risk their life.
The Tempest control the animals?
I believe that the tempests draw in the animals. They draw them to it.
See if that's true, what he said about not having seen the tempest?
Sure.
Like, never having seen the
Are you full of shit?
Are you full of it? I don't know about that. 13.
As far as you can tell, it seems true.
Not full of it.
Yeah. So you must be traveling through Isi then, if you wish not to go through the storm.
Yeah, that was the plan. Somewhere between, yeah.
Isi's not too bad to travel through. Forest is dense, can be slow moving. And because the tempests are in this, it might be teeming with wildlife as well along the border.
So if we then struck sort of a balance between EC and Mill, then would that be...
The further away, the better the weather, yeah.
And when I say EC and Mill, I'm trying to look at him and see if I see any reaction to that at all. Nothing.
Does it? Just the names of the regions?
Like, if I draw a straight line between EC
you did not seem to be like,
okay.
Oh my god.
Straight line, okay.
She
Is
fucking
there
knows.
Is there anything to look out for on that path? Dangerous or...
You're traveling along the border, you said. Isi Mill.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're going to try to split the difference fairly evenly because...
He gets it, Safira.
Well, no, just because we're trying to stay away from the extra wildlife if that's happening, but we don't want to get too far off the path.
Well, go through Isi, like I said, it's dense. Could be good and bad. Good for food, bad for having to fight off bears, perhaps.
I mean, yeah.
Oddly enough, even though it might seem further out of the way, like you said, the border, Isi Mill, might save up to a quarter of a day or more traveling through the ruins of Joyruk.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
Joyruk was an early attempt at a permanent settlement in the Acqly Grove.
Okay.
The natives identified a spot where they believed they would be safe based on the traveling patterns of the tempests. A place they did not, pass directly through. But much like predicting the weather, the tempests are not a perfect science. The city lasted less than 20 years before it was destroyed. Now no one attempts permanent settlement. But there are ruins there. Roads that have held up decently well. Good for traveling on horseback very quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's something else I should probably mention. There is a fog there. Believed to be left behind by the tempests after they destroyed it.
A fog?
Yes. The locals believe that this was the tempest's way to discourage anyone rebuilding Joyruk.
It's,
It can make it easy to get lost if you don't know what to look for. Or don't have an experienced guide.
Okay. You haven't been through the ruins, have you?
I have, yeah.
Well. Okay, we may in fact be in need of a guide, but I'll have to talk to my companions and see sort of, we're going to have to look and figure out how we're going to navigate through this, but we may just want to take a route through the ruins.
The elves,
Looking to save time.
They pay you for your services?
They do, yes.
How much?
Some of gold for each of the bears that I have to kill.
How many have you killed so far?
Over my time here, perhaps 100, maybe a little less. Again, that's over 10 years.
And where are you headed now with them?
Well, we'll be here in Isi for a while. I won't give you the hard sell. I admit I have a couple of days here while this group remains. And this is not a spot where the copper claws come through. So I have a couple of days, and if, and only if, you wanted to save some time and have a guide, I'd be happy to take you through.
You take us through and then come back for them.
Yes.
Cheers. I mean, that's a very generous offer. We'll definitely consider that. If we did want to, I mean, this fog, it's not, people aren't breathing it in and, hacking up blood or anything.
Not dangerous to your health, just...
dangerous to your, line of
see.
sight, right.
Easy to get lost, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thanks. It's really nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I've just forgotten your name.
Dodd Zlatka.
Dodd, Safira. Well, I guess we can talk to the group and see where we want to go.
And how much would you charge for your services through?
Could call it 10 gold, is that fair?
Sounds fair to me.
Alright.
Right, I mean, we'll come back to you, mate. Thanks.
Of course.
Thank you.
He goes back to kind of what he was doing. What were you guys doing during this time?
I was helping Erland tie
Tie
up
up the
some
horses, sort of over near the troughs. Yeah, they don't stop you from tying up your horses kind of near theirs. I mean, they seem to be tolerant at the very least of your presence, certainly.
Are you with us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you here?
Are you worried at all, Tiefling?
Not currently. I'll update you when the contract is back out, I guess.
I think it would take quite something for them to learn about the truth on the path.
If there's anything that you need anyone to hang on to perhaps not identify you, I don't know if you have any paperwork or anything like that. I can look at Orba as I say that. But
I appreciate it.
I would certainly be happy to hold on to it. I'm sure the Goliath would as well.
The half-elves are still wanted, right?
What are we talking?
The
half-elves
contracts.
There was no half-elves. 2 humans, 2 tieflings, and 2
Oh, there were no
taxians.
half-elves?
No
Okay.
half-elves.
I will deeply consider it. Thank you. But yes, it would be nice if that was a non-variable at this point, but I don't know how much longer I will have to be worrying about this.
is it late enough that I could eat now and this would be dinner?
Yeah.
So I guess while they're doing it, I'll carefully start eating this thing and see if there's any seeds in it.
So first of all, it has kind of a little bit of a mealy taste, but it's also decently juicy. It tastes pleasant. Give me a percentile.
Oh, you guessed
Got it!
Sick.
Jeez, this is the first time I've done this.
No,
So
we
that-
all did it one.
I have never done
2
a
of them.
percentile.
Yeah,
I think you
D10
have.
and
Oh, the D10 and
We
the...
all did it one point.
No.
and 0, 0,
No,
0.
it was just the card game that I think Safira played.
We had one other
Half
one.
Maniac, thank you for the
anyway.
sub.
And so what is it, 0, 0? What do we determine?
0, 0, 0 is 100. That's the best possible roll.
54.
You bite into it.
No seed inside.
Did you get anything?
Huh?
Is it good?
It's like a wonder ball.
Yeah.
It is!
I guess Orba's gonna watch Erland eat his and...
It's tasty, it's alright. No seeds, though.
Go ahead. Make a percentile.
Okay.
Graven, are you eating yours as well? Go
Shit,
ahead.
okay, you
Percentile.
just said this percent and
The
D10.
10s
Okay.
die and the D10.
This is so exciting. Here we
It's the
go.
most exciting part of the episode.
We're gonna start
Is
doing
whether or not there's a
I know,
seed
I know.
in your
One gold,
fruit.
baby!
It's very exciting.
87!
No seed.
Oh!
21.
In fact, it's rotten. But no seeds in
That'll be
in
better
the
than
3.
87.
In the 3.
Yours
90
disappears
plus,
in your
maybe?
hands.
Where's that
You
guy?
guys
I
all
went to
eat right into them, and it tastes fine, but
Or
you're all a
that
little
has a gambling
disappointed.
problem.
Where is he? I want to buy more.
Not worth a silver.
I want to try it again.
Juicy.
Orba's gonna find him after
Okay.
after we get settled in.
So as you guys have started to eat, that's when
Develop a
Safira and
gambling
Beezaura sort of rejoin.
The risk.
Well, he's contracted by the elves for 10 years now to kill the copper bears if they run into them.
With that very burly man you were
Yeah,
talking
his
to?
name is Dodd, right?
D-A-U-D, Dawn, yes.
His name was Dodd, and they gave him the nickname, and I know the Elfish word. What is the Elfish word?
Yes. Actually, I have it.
I know the word. What is the word?
I know the word, but what is it?
Potwol, P-A-T-W-O-L, Potwol, which literally means good bad.
The Acqly elves called him Potwol, which literally translates to good bad, because he seems like a fine guy. He's the guy that they have killed their sacred bears when their sacred bears get.
Now that they say that, you didn't immediately think of it, but you may have heard that the Acqly elves, that's a, animal of reverence for them. So
They're forbidden to kill them, so when the bears attack, they can't attack back.
As she's saying, forbidden to kill them. Yeah,
you can't. They hate that. They hate that.
I was going to mention that. It was
Big deal.
Big
deal,
But he said something really interesting, though, about our route. So when I mentioned to him that we're going through Easy and Mill, that he said that there was a ruin there. That we'd be passing through a ruin, which I'm assuming would have...
A ruin on the border.
Yeah, that the Acqly elves had at one point tried to establish a permanent settlement, and were unable to do so, I suppose because they falsely predicted the tempest, and then the tempest came, and supposedly according to their legend, there's a fog that hangs in the air. I mean, not just their legend, also this guy Dodd is saying that it's there too, and is willing to lead us through it. But there's a fog that sits over these ruins that the Acqly elves, are thinking has something to do with this tempest, which, I mean, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's because those ruins house what we think they do, and the fog has something to do with something else entirely. Or maybe I'm entirely wrong.
The fog is hiding.
No matter what, the fog is trying to prevent people from going through there and settling there. But he is familiar with that area and can lead us through the thick fog for 10 gold.
Yeah. We don't have to take him up on it, but he did say that if we travel just through Easy, which we don't really want to do anyway, we want to figure out what this thing is, but if we did do that, he said that it can get really dense, we might lose time, there would be more wildlife, might be more obstacles to our path that way. But if we decide to take a shortcut through this ruin, then, there's a bit of a problem, obviously, if we stumble upon a soul shelter and then have him there. We obviously don't probably want to have him watch us walk in, but that's a problem we can deal with, I suppose, if we come to it.
He said
a guide in general would be...
Yes, I'm happy to pay.
I think it's worth saving the time.
What do we do if we find a soul shelter, though?
We
ask for his discretion, and we say we're going inside.
Oh, I was going to say, we tell him, here's the rest of your payment, we no longer need your services.
Exactly. It's exactly what we do. We tell him to leave. We pay him and we tell him to leave.
But then how will we get out the other side? He's supposed to guide us through, yes? That's the point of...
Well, I suppose it will depend on where this fog ends.
That's true. We don't know how concentrated.
See what we learned from the first leg of the journey.
I mean, the halfling said she wasn't particularly interested in the soul shelter in the first place. She could perhaps stay with him to make sure he doesn't wander off or go in.
I don't know of anyone outside of the sect of religious people that we have come across to really care about who uses those things. So I don't imagine that he would have any thought or care about it.
And he's not one of the elves of the far. He doesn't have any real connection to them other than just protecting them and getting their payment for that.
Alright.
So
yes.
he might...
Just to expound on what you said, I mean, there might be other religious entities that frown upon a soul shelter, but yes, the Lakavu are the only ones who know to be militantly against them. Yeah.
Right. Then, yes, a guide it is then.
Wonderful.
Should we pay him half before and half when we get there, or just give it all up front?
I think we should... let's keep half the money just in case anything goes wrong.
He might refuse.
Yes, well, we can...
Well, no, if he refuses, then we can pay him up front, but if he doesn't, then we can at least hold some of the payment until, just in case.
Do we need to set watches tonight, or can we just rest?
I think we should still set watches.
I agree.
So, do we take a rest? Does anybody wish to go speak to any more of these Acqly elves?
He did mention, Dodd, that they liked to exchange stories, these elves, but most people don't like to listen to them because I guess they're odd.
Oh, well, that's very sad.
It was kind of sad, actually. Also, I wondered if anyone's interested in, getting any more information from these elves, now would probably be a good time. They're sitting around eating, so if someone wants to go eat with them, you can, but apparently they like to tell stories. I'm not, particularly keen, but...
Can I, in theory, because this is a relatively calm settlement, could I, in theory, take first watch and chat with them while I'm on watch?
Oh, yeah, if it was just a little conversation.
Okay, yeah. I'll take first watch.
You probably have a little time before you need to, go to sleep. I mean, you can take an early rest.
I wouldn't mind having a story time, but you all can do whatever you want.
I mean, if anything, they were somewhat generous with their food. Obviously, I had to pay for this. Did you eat yours? Is it good?
It's delicious. You should try it.
Should I try it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a bite.
Give me a
Try it.
Go ahead. Give me a percentage.
Orba's reminded and she looks around for the guy selling them.
This one,
right
this
here.
one.
Is he nearby?
Give me a investigation.
Yes.
98!
Ooh.
And you find a seed inside the hole.
Oh, you did it!
47.
Squishy.
One's got a...
Peel off.
That's worth
I don't
it.
need the gold
That's
anyway.
At least a gold.
Oh.
Perhaps more.
Oh, that's it. Just a
I'm
gold.
gonna inside. Sphere kind of eats the rest
Fruit,
of the
it's
fruit.
not,
and,
But gambling
pockets
is so
the-
It's not a treasure chest
That's
inside.
exciting. Good
little
for you.
seed. What is it called again? So I can put it in my
Plumpa
bag.
seed.
Orba.
PLA and
Putting up a silver to try to get a gold. 1 in 6 chance.
It's my gold. I get to do it. I want to do it.
All right.
I rolled an 8.
an 8 on one.
Looking
Investigation
for
check. So you catch sight of him, but it does look like he had walked into a tent and is talking. Like he's in a private tent at the moment. You can see him kind of through the flaps a little bit. He's with someone else at the moment.
Are there some people sitting around the fire right now?
Yeah, it actually looks like Dodd is and a couple of the other Acqly elves. Yeah.
Well, before bed, I'll take first watch, but I'll also before bed I'll hear a few stories.
Would you mind, just for me, if you can't ask them about the warden thing, if you don't think that's weird? I mean, I'm just curious to see if they even know that that's happening with the storms.
Would it also be curious that we know what that is at all?
I don't know, you have a friend who's a ranger who can... It's not completely that odd. I mean, if
I'd
anything,
like
it
to-
could be explained away fairly easily.
As much as possible, I'd like to listen to the stories rather than tell them anything about us.
That might be also,
I agree with that.
I'll go over to the fire and I'll sort of
Cool.
find
Give me a perception check as you're walking over.
I sit next to him.
19.
19. As you're heading over to this sort of fire pit that a number of the elves are sitting, or a couple of the elves and Dodd are sitting around. You see that Dodd and the one next to him seem to be having a little conversation, and at one point the Acqly elf sort of reaches over and he points to Dodd's sleeve that's sort of down to his wrist, and Dodd looks at it, and it looks like there's like a blood stain there that might have been part of the sort of animal that he was skinning. It doesn't look like he's wounded, it looks like there's just like a blood stain, like a light blood stain. And you can see Dodd kind of look at it, and he sort of motions to his food to maybe tell the elf to keep an eye out for the little sort of bit of food that he has in front of him, which is a little bit of the cooked hare that he had been skinning. And he gets up, and he takes his shirt off. And he takes his shirt, and he kind of looks at the sleeve that's bloodied. And he looks like he's heading toward the river to maybe wash it into the river. They're not that far away from it. And he turns around, and on his back
Yes, it is.
is a large 7 tattoo. Intricately written. Almost in like a calligraphy kind of font. And at the bottom there's a little sort of flourished little leaves at the bottom. It does not look like yours, but it definitely looks, that would be a crazy coincidence surely, but it doesn't look, and you remember that there is no like graduating class, but a lot of your people monks that you trained with, you all have the same 7 on your back. So he wasn't necessarily of your group.
Does he seem significantly older than me?
Yeah, I mean, you're 20 something.
26,
Yeah, he
27?
looks like he's in his late 30s, at least 10 years older than you.
26.
Yeah. So yeah, he's certainly at least, and he's sort of holding the sleeve and he walks over to the river in that direction.
So
He's,
because Orba sat down next to Erland, can she also see
give
it?
me a perception check. Erland was ahead of you a little bit, a couple steps ahead of you.
Did I not?
7.
You were walking behind Erland, and you weren't able to see. Were you walking with them?
Yeah, I thought we were all going over for story time, right?
Was everybody?
I said I was.
I'm gonna say if you were behind Orba, give me a perception check as well. The others were too far behind to see.
Perception?
Yep.
21.
You're taller than Erland. You were able to see over the top of his head.
I was trying to jump over.
And as he was walking away,
And of course, I haven't seen his. I only know that
You
there's
only
7.
heard about it, yeah. So you're not like, that's the same one or that's not the same one. And as he's kind of walking away, a little bit of the flickering firelight kind of reflects off his back and he's walking over to the river. And you can see him after a moment sort of get on one knee and he's kind of rigging it.
I'm proceeding to the campfire.
Sure, you do so.
Is he alright? Saw some blood on his arm.
A stain, I believe. Yes. He's sitting here.
Oh, no, just wanted he had to sit as well, or sit somewhere else.
Of course.
This is his.
Was he carving up an animal earlier then?
I believe so, yes. A skilled hunter, he is.
What's your name, friend?
My name? Let me make sure I have an answer.
Graven's just been staring at Erland this whole time.
Are you sitting, or did you sit?
I sat down by the fire.
Are you sitting as well?
Yeah.
Great, so everybody kind of...
I'll come over.
You haven't seen this tattoo, right?
I know that he has.
He has one.
Are you,
but he doesn't have
or
I
you
don't
know
know
about
that
it?
I know about the tattoo.
Yeah,
I don't.
No, you guys know.
No, Beezaura and Safira do not.
Secret.
know that you know.
is my name.
That's true.
A-S-E-N-A-T, Asana.
Well, thank you for letting us stay the night.
Of course. Your presence is a gift.
How long... Well, you assume you've lived here all your life then, yes?
Yes.
How old are you? How long have you lived here?
54.
Any good stories from the Grove where we have time before bed?
Oh, nothing you'd want to hear.
Oh.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, were we not here? Were we not?
No, you guys were.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
Walking up,
realize.
I was like, no.
Oh,
Perhaps you could tell a story first, and I'll know what kind of story you want.
what sort of story would you like to hear?
You travelers? Where have you traveled from?
Originally, are in Chuba. Quite far south in this continent.
And why traveling north at this time?
Bounty hunters.
Something valuable to find?
In between contracts right now, actually.
The north is good for contracts?
We're hoping that Navikapura will provide us with some options, or perhaps even a direction.
We've also heard that beyond Navikapura, some of the northern mountains and Dilasoon are quite populated with contracts.
Dilasoon is quite big.
Yes. I've never been myself, but...
Me neither.
You spent your entire time in the Grove? You've never left?
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We do our best to maintain it. Make sure that we repair the damages from the squall.
Yes.
And you've never seen one of these storms, have you?
The storms, yes. The tempests, no. Some have, not me.
Some have lived, I'm assuming, to tell the tale.
Yes. Brave souls go into the storm.
Anyone?
No.
Brave souls that go into the storm. Why are brave souls going into the storm? Why would you send someone into the storm if you know it's dangerous?
A sense of purpose.
Okay.
Have you ever felt the call to somewhere? Something that affects your life so deeply, are you never curious?
Sure, no, I can understand curiosity. A call feels like something more than curiosity, though.
Yes, well, our entire livelihood is based around the movement of the tempests. Some want to know what they look like, what they sound like, why they're here.
And these people who have seen these tempests and lived to tell the tale, what stories are they telling about?
And for the first time, you see like the faintest hint of a smile, a little bit, as he's sort of picturing it in his head. Great snakes. Flying snakes of storm, clouds, and lightning that move through the trees, hundreds of feet long.
Whoa.
And it's a living thing.
Yes.
And it calls to creatures that live in this forest.
It certainly seems so. Perhaps you saw some of the animals.
We did. We were passing through, desks kind of navigating around to get here, and we saw a flash of lightning, and then there would be just, a herd of something. We had birds and elk and...
Yes, that is quite common.
That's truly... I've never seen that before, anywhere else, ever.
Incredible.
Yeah.
The power of the Tempest.
You don't know... You don't have a written history, do you? Your people, the Acqly Elves? Have you written through the years... You're not writing your stories down?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how... You wouldn't happen to know, do you tell any stories about when these tempests started?
No. They were here before us, and they will be here long after us, I imagine.
Have you ever ventured into a tempest person?
No.
We've came across seemed to be a grave marker some ways back on the river. I'll describe where it is. Who passed there?
I'm not sure, but if there was a marker as you described, they must have been killed by the storm. Others are buried in other ways.
What sort of ways?
Without the totem that you speak of. Signifies one who's fallen to the squall.
A recent casualty?
Perhaps you saw it. How recent did it look?
Wasn't there earth dug up? So
yeah, I mean, and again, you know that the storm just went from E2 to Des. It could have been during that, certainly.
Seems to be fairly recent, yeah.
What kind of
fall sometimes?
General mortality rate do you have? How many die during the changing of the season?
The Acqly Elves infrequently die to the changing of the seasons. They know it's coming. They plan accordingly, but travelers who do not know the dangers as well sometimes wander too close without knowing what's in there.
Is it the storms that kill them, or is it the tempests?
Hard to tell sometimes. If a bolt of lightning strikes a traveler, is it the tempest or is it the storm?
Right.
It's very interesting.
And at this point, it seems like Dodd is returning. He's coming back. And he's got it back on. It's a little wet. It's kind of shaking it off.
You
and
okay?
he sees you all kind of sitting. Having something to eat?
Yes, we were
And he sits
swapping
back in his
tails.
spot. And he sort of nods to the elf next to him, and he picks up his kind of little bowl that he has with some scraps of meat in it. So, staying for the night, I see.
That was the plan, yeah.
A quiet bunch.
We were perhaps interested in your services, it seems. Well, our friends told us that you had offered your service as a guide.
Yes.
Would you
If
be
you wish it.
okay if we paid you 5 gold now, and then once we get there we pay you the rest?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Well, I think the idea would be to leave at first light tomorrow, if that's okay.
This is fine.
Alright, well.
Thank you again.
They don't have any kind of history, these people, do they? Like an oral history?
He kind of looks to the elf next to him.
They're
and
all
looks at, yeah.
Oh, I feel bad. I
He's sitting
forgot that he was
literally right
standing
next to
right
him.
there. I forgot that he was there. I feel so rude.
You can ask them
Sorry.
questions if you like.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I know it's maybe rude, I hope it's not, I'm sorry, I'm surprised that no one's come through here to study these tempests and figure out...
Do you have any... I'm talking to the elf.
Okay.
Do you have a religion? Do you have any connection to spirits, underworld, gods?
The guardians of the forest are the tempests. We believe in them. They exist.
No sort of higher magical beings outside of the natural forces?
No. Do you have one?
No, actually. Other than the natural forces. I've come to respect them as well.
No. The rest of your group, not as talkative as you are.
No. No.
It's been an interesting day. I've just been taking it all in.
To be fair, I think we're tired.
Sure.
You said we could tell a story first, and then maybe you'll tell us a story, yes? I'm talking to the elf, sorry.
You're talking to the elf. Yeah.
Don's like, what the fuck?
Any such thing.
And he sort of folds his hand a little bit, and he leans forward into the fire, and he thinks for a moment. And he stares into the fire. You can see the fire kind of crackling in his eyes. And that's where we're going to end for the night.
Yeah.
As we wait to hear the story of the Acqly Elves.
That
is where we will
get
pick
the
up.
marshmallows right.
Oh, I was gearing up for a
We went a little over.
story.
Did we tell them a story?
No, that's why I was ready to tell a story.
I was
okay.
thinking one the whole time, like, oh, maybe I'll tell the joust story. Make
Well, you guys have a little time between now and next week to think if you have a story.
The
you'd
story
like to
I
tell.
almost started telling was of the Tankard's Cup. I was like, let's tell
that's
this
a good
no
one.
stake story so they know.
No, but then he'll tell us a no stake story. He wanted a
But
story.
then I thought the same thing. I
A
was
tit
like,
for
oh,
tat story.
I was gonna elaborate on something that wasn't really a story. I'm just gonna make
With
it
a
up.
possible guide to lead you a little further
Yeah,
into
whoa,
the
whoa,
Acqly
whoa, whoa.
Elves.
That's
Yeah.
exciting.
Some things to think about, some possible stories to
Took his
consider.
shirt off and everything.
Oh my god, you two in that scene.
This
Wowzers.
guy's got the drip.
Wait, 30.
Safira.
The power of imagination, guys. I just said he had shaggy black hair. And a beard.
yeah, and a beard. That's all it is.
And like a rugged John.
Let everybody fill in the imagination.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you guys so much for joining us as always. We'll be back next week.
Oh, we got so much stuff near the end here,
my
guys.
goodness.
Hold
They
on, I
were
gotta
popping
scroll.
up. I was watching the action.
You got to see the great.
Habmaniac did a Prime subscription. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Michael Kritz also did a Prime subscription, and he
Awesome.
finally got to watch us live, which is super exciting.
yeah.
Yay!
And then Go Buckeyes did 5 tier 1 sub gifting
Thank
subs.
you so much.
And then Schologrammer did 200 bits. Thank you so much.
Did you get
guys
Michael
are
Critz
all-
subbing as well?
Sorry?
Michael Critz subbed as well?
I
She
got
said
that
that.
one.
She
too.
said that.
I just knew he was here. I didn't know if he's.
Thank you. Oh my god, what the fuck? Don't do that ever again. Oh my god.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween, everybody.
So creepy.
Thank you guys for the support. We really appreciate it. As we've said before,
Thank
if you'd like to
you.
add to our guest book that plays the D&D, shoot us a message. And there's more intrigue to be found in the Acqly Woods.
Yes,
The
and for anybody
fire
who's
flickers
new,
in his
we have a
eyes.
YouTube channel with very helpful episode recaps and all of the episodes as well. We're starting like a new
helpful.
story, so there's not a ton of context you need to know.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to go back and binge, boom.
Yeah, they're the too long didn't watches that
There's
Jordan
ample
Orba makes are a really great way to sort of catch up on what's
They're
going
really
on.
good.
Even if you just watch like a couple of the past ones, you'll definitely get an idea of what's happening at the moment.
Oh, real monsters.
How did you not wear that this whole time? Looks just like Graven.
I'm
Maybe
like,
he was wearing
already
it the whole
sweaty.
time.
it took 7 seconds for me to have like sweat.
The little hands are really fun.
I
The hands are
The hands,
terrifying.
The hands are really
They look
amazing.
like
The hands are
floppy
really
ears.
amazing.
So stupid.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
everybody.
Appreciate it.
Stay
We hope to
safe.
see you all next week for more action on Tabletop Notch for
Oh.
chapter 57. We'll see you then.
Ho.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Stop it with those.